Section 1 of Sestinas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Tucker and Newgatenovelist. Sestina of the Lady Pietra degli Scrovigni by Dante Alighieri. Translated by D.G. Rossetti. To the dim light and the large circle of shade I have clomb, and to the whitening of the hills, there where we see no colour in the grass. Natheless my longing loses not its green. It has so taken root in the hard stone, which talks and hears as though it were a lady. Utterly frozen is this youthful lady, even as the snow that lies within the shade. For she is no more moved than is the stone by the sweet season which makes warm the hills and alters them afresh from white to green, covering their sides again with flowers and grass. When on her hair she sets a crown of grass, the thought has no more room for other lady, because she weaves the yellow with the green so well that love sits down there in the shade. Love, who has shut me in among low hills faster than between walls of granite stone. She is more bright than is a precious stone. The wound she gives may not be healed with grass. I therefore have fled far o'er plains and hills for refuge from so dangerous a lady. But from her sunshine nothing can give shade, not any hill, nor wall, nor summer green. A while ago I saw her dressed in green, so fair she might have wakened in a stone this love which I do feel even for her shade, and therefore as one woos a graceful lady, I wooed her in a field that was all grass girdled about with very lofty hills. Yet shall the streams turn back and climb the hills before love's flame in this damp wood and green burn, as it burns within a youthful lady, for my sake who would sleep away in stone my life or feed like beasts upon the grass, only to see her garments cast a shade. How dark soe'er the hills throw out their shade, under her summer green the beautiful lady covers it like a stone covered in grass. End of poem. Sestina 1, Similitudes of Love, by Dante Alighieri. Translated by E. H. Plumtree. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To shortened days and circle wide of shade I have now come, alas, and snow-clad hills, when all bright hues grow pale upon the grass. Yet my desire hath not yet lost its green, and so is rooted in the flinty rock, which speaks and hears as though it were a lady. So in like manner doth this fair young lady stand frozen, as the snow stands in the shade, for she no more is moved than is the rock, when the sweet season comes which warms the hills, and makes them change from white to pleasant green, because it clothes them all with flowers and grass. When on her brow she wears a wreath of grass, from out our thoughts she drives each other lady, since mingle there the crisp gold and the green so well that love comes there to seek their shade, who shuts me up amid the lowly hills more closely far than doth the flinty rock. Her beauties have more power than any rock, her blow may not be healed by any grass, for I have fled through valleys and o'er hills that I might freedom gain from this fair lady, but 'gainst her face I seek in vain for shade, in hill or wall or tree with foliage green. Aforetime I have seen her clothed in green, so beautiful she might have warmed a rock with that love which I bear to her mere shade. Whence in a meadow bright with greenest grass I wooed her as a love-inspiring lady, on all sides girt by highest soaring hills. But sooner shall the streams flow up the hills, ere this fair growth of plants so fresh and green shall kindle, as is wont with gentle lady, for me, who fain would sleep upon the rock, all my life long, and wander, eating grass, only to see her garments give their shade. Where'er the hills cast round their darkest shade, beneath the fresh green doth the fair young lady dispel it, like rock crystal in the grass. End of poem. Sestina 2, Similitudes of Love, by Dante Alighieri, translated by E. H. Plumtree. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Amor mi mena tal fiata all'ombra. Love leads me many times beneath the shade of ladies fair, whose necks are beauteous hills, and whiter far than flower of any grass. And one there cometh, clothed in robes of green, who in my heart dwells as strength dwells in rock, and among others seems as fairest lady. And when I glance upon this gentle lady, whose brightness scatters every dusky shade, her light so smites my heart it turns to rock. I roam as strangled all among the hills, till I revive, and am with love more green than ever yet was spring or freshest grass. I ween no virtue ever was in grass, with power to heal, as dwells in this fair lady, who takes my heart, yet leaves my life all green. When she restores it, I am as a shade. No longer have I life, save as the hills, which loftiest are, and of the hardest rock. A heart I had as hard as any rock, when I saw her as fresh as is the grass, in the sweet spring that clothes with flowers the hills. And now 'tis lowly found toward each fair lady, only through love of her who gives a shade more precious than did ever foliage green. For seasons hot or cold, or sere or green, still make me glad, to such sweet rest doth rock the great delight of resting in her shade. O sight, how fair, to see her on the grass, tripping more deftly than each other lady, dancing her way through valleys and o'er hills! Long as I dwell mid mountains and mid hills, love leaves me not, but keeps me fresh and green, as none he yet has kept for fairest lady. For never yet was graving seen on rock, nor any form of colour fair on grass, which might seem bright as is her very shade. Thus love contents me, while I live in shade, to find my joy and bliss in this fair lady, who on her head hath placed a wreath of grass. End of poem. Sestina 3, Similitudes of Love, by Dante Alighieri, translated by E. H. Plumtree. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gran nobilità mi par vedere all'ombra. I seem to see great glory in the shade of ladies fair, whose necks are ivory hills, and each on other, as she goes, flings grass, for she is there, through whom my life is green, and in her love fixed, as in wall a rock, and stronger than was ever love for lady. If I have heart love for mine own dear lady, let no man marvel, nor thereon cast shade, for my heart through her holds its joy like rock, which, were it not so, would bring low the hills, and so would change them as the hue of green fades from the aspect of the new-mown grass. I well may say that she adorns the grass, which for adornment every other lady blends with fair flowers and foliage fresh and green, because so brightly shineth her sweet shade, that it makes glad the valleys, plains, and hills, and certes gives a virtue to the rock. I know that I should be more vile than rock, if she were not to me as healing grass. She hath attained to scale the highest hills, which have been mounted by no other lady, save her alone, whom I love in the shade, like little bird half hid in foliage green. And if I were like lowly plant and green, I could disclose the virtue of each rock, and none should hide itself beneath the shade. For I am hers, her flower, her fruit, her grass, but none can do as doth my gentle lady, whether she cometh down or climbs the hills. I seem alway as one who climbs the hills, when I part from her, and feel fresh and green, so do I joy in looking on my lady. And when I see her not, like any rock I stand and watch in faith, still fresh as grass, that soul who finds her chief joy in the shade. More I seek not than ever in her shade to stand, who is of all the noblest lady, fairer than any flowers or leaves or grass. End of poem.
Ode 2 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by John Knott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Each creature, on whose wakeful eyes The bright sun pours his golden fire, By day a destined toil pursues, And, when heaven's lamps illume the skies, All to some haunt for rest retire, Till a fresh dawn that toil renews. But I, when a new morn doth rise, Chasing from earth its murky shades, While ring the forests with delight, Find no remission of my sighs, And, soon as night her mantle spreads, I weep, and wish returning light. Again when eve bids day retreat O'er other climes to dart its rays, Pensive those cruel stars I view, Which influence thus my amorous fate, And imprecate that beauty's blaze, Which o'er my form such wildness threw. No forest surely in its glooms Nurtures a savage so unkind As she, who bids these sorrows flow. Me nor the dawn nor sleep o'ercomes, For, though of mortal mould, my mind Feels more than passion's mortal glow. Ere up to you, bright orbs, I fly, Or to love's bower speed down my way, While here my mouldering limbs remain, Let me her pity once espy. Thus, rich in bliss, one little day Shall recompense whole years of pain. Be Laura mine at set of sun, Let heaven's fires only mark our loves, And the day ne'er its light renew. My fond embrace may she not shun, Nor, Phoebus-like, through laurel groves May I a nymph transformed pursue. But I shall cast this mortal veil on earth, And stars shall gild the noon, Ere such bright scenes have birth. End of poem. Ode 8 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by John Knott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Count the ocean's finny droves, Count the twinkling host of stars, Round the night's pale orb that moves, Count the grove's winged choristers, Count each verdant blade that grows, Counted then will be my woes. When shall these eyes cease to weep? When shall this world-wearied frame, Covered by the cold sod, sleep? Sure beneath yon planet's beam None like me have made such moan, This to every bower is known. Sad my nights, from morn till eve, Tenanting the woods, I sigh, But, ere I shall cease to grieve, Ocean's vast bed shall be dry, Suns their light from moons shall gain, And spring wither on each plain. Pensive, weeping, night and day, From this shore to that I fly, Changeful as the lunar ray, And, when evening veils the sky, Then my tears might swell the floods, Then my sighs might bow the woods. Towns I hate, the shades I love, For relief to yon green height, Where the rill resounds I rove At the grateful calm of night. There I wait the day's decline, For the welcome moon to shine. Oh, that in some lone retreat Like Endymion I were lain, And that she, who rules my fate, There one night to stay would deign. Never from his billowy bed More might Phoebus lift his head. Song, that on the wood-hung stream In the silent hour wert born, Witnessed but by Cynthia's beam, Soon as breaks tomorrow's morn, Thou shalt seek a glorious plain, There with Laura to remain. End of poem. Sestina by Francesco Petrarch, translated by John Penn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To every animal that dwells on earth, Unless those few that dread the blazing sun, Fate has allotted, for their toil, the day. But, when the heavens are lighted by the stars, some hie to sheds for shelter, some to woods, there to enjoy their wished repose till morn. And I, as soon as I behold the morn, dispersing round the dews and shades o'er earth, and calling forth the beasts from all the woods, perceive no cheerful influence in the sun. Then, when I flaming see the nightly stars, I only weep and languish for the day. When dusky evening then succeeds the day Within this land, and makes another's morn, pensive I gaze at the relentless stars That fashioned me from much too feeling earth, And curse the day I first beheld the sun, By which I seem a savage in the woods. I truly think no beast has, in the woods, Appeared so terrible by night or day, As she I sigh for, where'er shines the sun. Nor do I pause for evening, or for morn, For though I am a mortal piece of earth, The strong desire I feel is from the stars. Before I may ascend to you, bright stars, Or seek below the lover's myrtle woods, Leaving my body, then but mouldering earth, May I obtain her pity. Joy, one day, will balance years of pain, And ere the morn, content, announced me by the setting sun. With her first witnessed by the setting sun, Might I remain, and only see the stars During one night, and might it ne'er be morn, Nor might she, to that honour of the woods Transformed, escape my love, as on that day, When Phoebus followed her below on earth. But deep in earth, my coffin from the woods brought, I should lie, and day exhibit stars, Ere such a glorious morn display the sun. End of poem. Sestina by Francesco Petrarch. Translated by Susan Wollaston. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He mourns that death has deprived him of his every treasure, and yet refuses to put an end to his misery and his existence. My smiling fortune wreathing hours of joy, my days of sunshine set in peaceful nights, the sigh of gladness and the tide of joy, waking its gentle flow in verse and rhyme, so swiftly have they changed to grief and tears That life is hateful, and my hope is death. Oh, cruel, dark, inexorable death! How hast thou stilled my every pulse of joy, In life awoke a ceaseless fount of tears, My sunshine veiled and wrapped in gloom of night, My sighs refuse to breathe themselves in rhyme, My cruel fate can ne'er be wreathed in song. How crushed the inspiration of my song, To own pale wrath its theme, and withering death. Where are the verses flown, the tuneful rhyme, Harmonious to blest virtue's pensive joy? Where now love's tale that once beguiled my nights? My every thought, my eloquence, is tears. Hope mingled once such sweetness in my tears, Its gentle food refined my harsher song, And sat in watchfulness throughout my nights. My tears are now more bitter far than death, Since shadowed is that face of virtuous joy, The lofty inspiration of my rhyme. Love woke the theme, so beauteous for my rhyme, In those bright eyes. It now is changed to tears, For memory dwells with grief and vanished joy. My thought's changed echo speaks another song. It prays thee once again, pale haggard death, to free from hopeless day life's gloomy nights. Sleep's winged hope hath fled my aching nights, the ceaseless tone of my discordant rhyme no other subject now returns but death, and thus my strain is broken into tears, for love's sweet reign knows not such varied song, for mine is grief as once it told of joy. Oh, once unrivalled was my bosom's joy, my daily grief now equals but my nights, its burthen's sad increase will swell my song with heartfelt chords, returned in tearful rhyme. My life's blessed food was hope, it now is tears. I call on death to aid my strife with death. Death wakes within me death, and only death can to my sight return that face of joy, which smiled again to mirth my sighs and tears, awoke the balmy air, soft dew of nights in which I fanned my better thoughts to rhyme, whilst love exalted then my feeble song. Oh, would like Orpheus I could raise the song, to lure my Laura from her home of death. Eurydice he won, without a rhyme. Oh, then my life would taste increase of joy. That may not be. Then, mid my sorrowing nights, I would that she might staunch my fountained tears. How deep the fount where long hath flowed my tears, as I recalled my woes in pensive song. Yet, love, from thee I hope not better nights. So I have urged my soul to pray that death would bear me hence to her still home of joy, for whom I weep and chant my constant rhyme. But if so proud a flight dares not my rhyme, to seek that one beyond the vale of tears, who, by her beauty, wakes e'en heaven to joy, she then must sadly hail my altered song. She joyed perchance to hear it once, ere death, a sun to her, set darkly on my nights. O ye, whose sighs record more hopeful nights, who list love's tale, and wreathe it into rhyme, vouchsafe your aid in beckoning to me, death, that haven for the wretched, and their tears. Oh, pray that death would change his wonted song. Man grieves at that, to me would be such joy. Death's welcome may be this, or future nights. But now with broken song and anguished rhymes, I pray his icy hand to still my tears. End of poem.
Sestina 1 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He lays bare his misery, accuses Laura as the cause, prays that she would be kinder, but despairs of pity. To every animal that dwells on earth, except to those which have in hate the sun, their time of labour is while lasts the day. But when high heaven relumes its 1,000 stars, this seeks his hut, and that its native wood, each finds repose, at least until the dawn. But I, when fresh and fair begins the dawn, to chase the lingering shades that cloaked the earth, wakening the animals in every wood, no truce to sorrow find while rolls the sun, and when again I see the glistening stars, still wander, weeping, wishing for the day. When sober evening chases the bright day, and this our darkness makes for others dawn, Pensive I look upon the cruel stars, which framed me of such pliant passionate earth, and curse the day that e'er I saw the sun, which makes me native seem of wildest wood. And yet methinks was ne'er in any wood so wild a denizen, by night or day, as she whom thus I blame in shade and sun. Me night's first sleep o'ercomes not, nor the dawn, for though in mortal coil I tread the earth, my firm and fond desire is from the stars. Ere up to you I turn, O lustrous stars, or downwards in love's labyrinthine wood, leaving my fleshly frame in mouldering earth, could I but pity find in her, one day would many years redeem, and to the dawn with bliss enrich me from the setting sun. Oh, might I be with her where sinks the sun, no other eyes upon us but the stars, alone one sweet night ended by no dawn, nor she again transfigured in green wood, to cheat my clasping arms, as on the day when Phoebus vainly followed her on earth. I shall lie low in earth, in crumbling wood, and clustering stars shall gem the noon of day, ere on so sweet a dawn shall rise that sun. End of poem. Sestina 2 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Though he despair of her pity, he vows to love her until death. A youthful lady 'neath a laurel green was seated, fairer, colder than the snow, on which no sun has shone for many years. Her sweet speech, her bright face, and flowing hair, so pleased, she yet is present to my eyes, and I must be, whatever fate prevail. These my fond thoughts of her shall fade and fail, when foliage ceases on the laurel green, nor calm can be my heart, nor checked these eyes, until the fire shall freeze, or burns the snow. Easier upon my head to count each hair, than, ere that day shall dawn, the parting years. But since time flies, and roll the rapid years, and death may, in the midst of life, assail, with full brown locks, or scant and silver hair, I still the shade of that sweet laurel green follow, through fiercest sun and deepest snow, till the last day shall close my weary eyes. Oh, never sure were seen such brilliant eyes, in this our age or in the older years, which mould and melt me, as the sun melts snow, into a stream of tears adown the vale, watering the hard roots of that laurel green, whose boughs are diamonds and gold whose hair. I fear that time my mien may change and hair, ere with true pity touched shall greet my eyes my idol imaged in that laurel green. For unless memory err, through 7 long years till now, full many a shore has heard my wail, by night, at noon, in summer, and in snow. Thus fire within, without the cold, cold snow, alone with these my thoughts and her bright hair, alway and everywhere I bear my ail, haply to find some mercy in the eyes of unborn nations and far future years, if so long flourishes our laurel green. The gold and topaz of the sun on snow are shamed by the bright hair above those eyes, searing the short green of my life's vain years. End of poem. Sestina 3 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He compares Laura to winter, and foresees that she will always be the same. The overcharged air, the impending cloud, compressed together by impetuous winds, must presently discharge themselves in rain. Already as of crystal are the streams, and, for the fine grass late that clothed the vales, is nothing now but the hoar frost and ice. And I within my heart, more cold than ice, of heavy thoughts have such a hovering cloud, as sometimes rears itself in these our vales, lowly and landlocked against amorous winds, environed everywhere with stagnant streams, when falls from softening heaven the smaller rain. Lasts but a brief while every heavy rain, and summer melts away the snows and ice, when proudly roll the accumulated streams. Nor ever hid the heavens so thick a cloud, which, overtaken by the furious winds, fled not from the first hills and quiet vales. But what profit me the flowering vales? Alike I mourn in sunshine and in rain, suffering the same in warm and wintry winds. For only then my lady shall want ice at heart, and on her brow the accustomed cloud, when dry shall be the seas, the lakes, and streams. While to the sea descend the mountain streams, as long as wild beasts love umbrageous vales, o'er those bright eyes shall hang th' unfriendly cloud, my own that moistens with continual rain. And in that lovely breast be hardened ice, which forces still from mine so dolorous winds. Yet well ought I to pardon all the winds, but for the love of one, that mid two streams shut me among bright verdure and pure ice. So that I pictured then in thousand vales the shade wherein I was, which heat or rain esteemeth not, nor sound of broken cloud. But fled not ever cloud before the winds, as I that day, nor ever streams with rain, nor ice when April's sun opens the vales. End of poem. Sestina 4 by Francesco Petrarch. Translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He prays God to guide his frail bark to a safe port. Who is resolved to venture his vain life on the deceitful wave and mid the rocks, alone, unfearing death, in little bark, can never be far distant from his end. Therefore betimes he should return to port, while to the helm yet answers his true sail. The gentle breezes to which helm and sail I trusted, entering on this amorous life, and hoping soon to make some better port, have led me since amid 1,000 rocks, and the sure causes of my mournful end are not alone without, but in my bark. Long cabined and confined in this blind bark, I wandered looking never at the sail, which prematurely bore me to my end, till he was pleased who brought me into life so far to call me back from those sharp rocks, that distantly at last was seen my port. As lights at midnight seen in any port, sometimes from the main sea by passing bark, save when their ray is lost mid storms or rocks, so I too from above the swollen sail saw the sure colours of that other life, and could not help but sigh to reach my end. Not that I yet am certain of that end, for wishing with the dawn to be in port is a long voyage for so short a life. And then I fear to find me in frail bark, beyond my wishes full its every sail, with the strong wind which drove me on those rocks. Escape I living from these doubtful rocks, or if my exile have but a fair end, how happy shall I be to furl my sail, and my last anchor cast in some sure port. But I burn, and as some blazing bark, so hard to me to leave my wonted life. Lord of my end and master of my life, before I lose my bark amid the rocks, direct to a good port its harassed sail. End of poem. Sestina 5 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He tells the true story of his love, and says that it is high time to devote himself to God. Beneath the pleasant shade of beauteous leaves I ran for shelter from a cruel light, e'en here below that burnt me from high heaven, when the last snow had ceased upon the hills, and amorous airs renewed the sweet spring time, and on the upland flourished herbs and boughs. Ne'er did the world behold such graceful boughs, nor ever wind rustled so verdant leaves, as were by me beheld in that young time, so that, though fearful of the ardent light, I sought not refuge from the shadowing hills, but of the plant accepted most in heaven. A laurel then protected from that heaven, whence, oft, enamoured with its lovely boughs, a roamer I have been through woods, o'er hills, but never found I other trunk, nor leaves, like these, so honoured with supernal light, which changed not qualities with changing time. Wherefore each hour more firm, from time to time, following where I heard my call from heaven, and guided ever by a soft clear light, I turned, devoted still, to those first boughs, or when on earth are scattered the sere leaves, or when the sun restored makes green the hills. The woods, the rocks, the fields, the floods, and hills, all that is made are conquered, changed by time, and therefore ask I pardon of those leaves, if after many years revolving heaven swayed me to flee from those entangling boughs, when I begun to see its better light. So dear to me at first was the sweet light, that willingly I passed o'er difficult hills, but to be nearer those beloved boughs. Now, shortening life, the apt place, and full time, show me another path to mount to heaven, and to make fruit not merely flowers and leaves. Other love, other leaves, and other light, other ascent to heaven by other hills, I seek, in sooth 'tis time, and other boughs. End of poem. Sestina 6 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The history of his love, the difficulty of escape, prayer to God for help. Life's 3 first stages trained my soul in part to place its care on objects high and new, and to disparage what men often prize, but left alone, and of her fatal course, as yet uncertain, frolicsome and free, she entered at springtime a lovely wood. A tender flower there was, born in that wood, the day before, whose root was in a part, high and impervious e'en to spirit free. For many snares were there of forms so new, and such desire impelled my sanguine course, that to lose freedom were to gain a prize. Dear, sweet, yet perilous and painful prize, which quickly drew me to that verdant wood, doomed to mislead me midway in life's course. The world I since have ransacked part by part, for rhymes, or stones, or sap of simples new, which yet might give me back the spirit free. But I feel my body must be free from that hard knot which is its richest prize, ere medicine old or incantations new can heal the wounds which pierced me in that wood, thorny and troublous, where I played such part, leaving it halt who entered with hot course. Yes, full of snares and sticks, a difficult course have I to run, where easy foot and sure were rather needed, healthy in each part. Thou, Lord, who still of pity hast the prize, stretch to me thy right hand in this wild wood, and let thy sun dispel my darkness new. Look on my state amid temptations new, which, interrupting my life's tranquil course, have made me denizen of darkling wood. If good, restore me, fetterless and free, my wandering consort, and be thine the prize, if yet with thee I find her in blest part. Lo, thus in part I put my questions new. If mine be any prize, or run its course, be my soul free, or captived in close wood. End of poem. Sestina 7 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He despairs of escape from the torments by which he is surrounded. Not ocean holds such swarms amid his waves, not overhead, where circles the pale moon, were stars so numerous ever seen by night. Nor dwell so many birds among the woods, nor plants so many clothe the field or hill, as holds my tossed heart busy thoughts each eve. Each day I hope that this my latest eve shall part from my quick clay the sad salt waves, and leave me in last sleep on some cold hill. So many torments man beneath the moon ne'er bore as I have borne, this know the woods through which I wander lonely day and night. For never have I had a tranquil night, but ceaseless sighs instead from morn till eve, since love first made me tenant of the woods. The sea, ere I can rest, shall lose his waves, the sun his light shall borrow from the moon, and April flowers be blasted o'er each hill. Thus, to myself a prey, from hill to hill, pensive by day I roam, and weep at night, no one state mine, but changeful as the moon. And when I see approaching the brown eve, sighs from my bosom, from my eyes fall waves, the herbs to moisten and to move the woods. Hostile the cities, friendlier the woods, to thoughts like mine, which, on this lofty hill, mingle their murmur with the moaning waves, through the sweet silence of the spangled night, so that the livelong day I wait the eve, when the sun sets and rises the fair moon. Would like Endymion 'neath the enamoured moon, that slumbering I were lain in leafy woods, and that ere Vesper, she who makes my eve, with Love and Luna on that favoured hill, alone would come and stay but one sweet night, while stood the sun nor sought his western waves. Upon the hard waves, 'neath the beaming moon, Song, that art born of night amid the woods, thou shalt a rich hill see to-morrow eve. End of poem. Sestina 8 by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She is so deaf and cruel as never to be moved by his tears, and for his verses she cares not. Sweetly as when, at blush of dawn, the gale towards the bright east is wont to move the flowers, and varied birds each waken the glad verse, so sweetly feel I move within my soul my thoughts to her who rules them all in force, stirring me to resume my own old notes. Would that my often sighs in such soft notes I could attune as Laura might regale, by reason ruling who rules me by force. But winter first shall be the time of flowers, ere love can blossom in that haughty soul, which never cared for rhyme nor glowed with verse. Alas, how many a tear, how many a verse have I already shed, how oft my notes have tried in vain to mould and melt her soul. She stands as the stern Alp in some soft gale, which well may bend the foliage and the flowers, but naught availeth against greater force. That men and gods alike are swayed by force of love, for so we read in prose and verse, I proved at the first April of the flowers. Now neither my good lord, nor his fond notes, nor tears, nor prayers of mine with her avail to draw from life or martyrdom my soul. In this last need, O miserable soul, employ thy utmost wit, thine every force, while o'er life's sea yet wafts us the fair gale. Naught earthly can resist the power of verse, the fierce snake is enchanted with its notes, and winter smiles adorned with summer flowers. Smile o'er each plain the herblets and the flowers, nor can it be that her angelic soul feels not the influence of these loving notes. Yet if hard fortune be of greater force, singing my woes and weeping forth my verse, as some hurt heifer vex I the soft gale. In nets I bind the gale, in ice the flowers, when I by verse would move the cold hard soul, which prizes not love's force, nor sweetest notes. End of poem. Sestina by Francesco Petrarch, translated by Robert Guthrie MacGregor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In his misery he desires death so much the more when he remembers his past contentment and comfort. My favouring fortune and my life of joy, my days so cloudless and my tranquil nights, the tender sigh, the pleasing power of song, which gently wont to sound in verse and rhyme, suddenly darkened into grief and tears, make me hate life and inly pray for death. O cruel, grim, inexorable death, how hast thou dried my every source of joy, and left me to drag on a life of tears, through darkling days and melancholy nights. My heavy sighs no longer meet in rhyme, and my hard martyrdom exceeds all song. Where now is vanished my once amorous song? to talk of anger and to treat with death. Where the fond verses, where the happy rhyme, welcomed by gentle hearts with pensive joy? Where now love's communings that cheered my nights? My sole theme, my one thought is now but tears. Erewhile to my desire so sweet were tears, their tenderness refined my else rude song, and made me wake and watch the livelong nights. But sorrow now to me is worse than death, since lost for aye that look of modest joy, the lofty subject of my lowly rhyme. Love in those bright eyes to my ready rhyme gave a fair theme, now changed, alas, to tears. With grief remembering that time of joy, my changed thoughts issue find in other song, evermore thee beseeching, pallid death, to snatch and save me from these painful nights. Sleep has departed from my anguished nights, music is absent from my rugged rhyme, which knows not now to sound of aught but death, its notes so thrilling once all turned to tears. Love knows not in his reign such varied song, as full of sadness now as then of joy. Man lived not then so crowned like me with joy, man lives not now such wretched days and nights, and my full festering grief but swells the song which from my bosom draws the mournful rhyme. I lived in hope who now live but in tears, nor against death have other hope save death. Me death in her has killed, and only death can to my sight restore that face of joy, which pleasant made to me e'en sighs and tears, balmy the air and dewy soft the nights, wherein my choicest thoughts I gave to rhyme, while love inspirited my feeble song. Would that such power as erst graced Orpheus' song were mine to win my Laura back from death, as he Eurydice without a rhyme. Then would I live in best excess of joy, or, that denied me, soon may some sad night close for me ever these twin founts of tears. Love, I have told with late and early tears my grievous injuries in doleful song. Not that I hope from thee less cruel nights, and therefore am I urged to pray for death, which hence would take me but to crown with joy, where lives she whom I sing in this sad rhyme. If so high may aspire my weary rhyme, to her now sheltered safe from rage and tears, whose beauties fill e'en heaven with livelier joy, well would she recognise my altered song, which haply pleased her once, ere yet by death her days were cloudless made and dark my nights. O ye, who fondly sigh for better nights, who listen to love's will or sing in rhyme, pray that for me be no delay in death, the port of misery, the goal of tears, but let him change for me his ancient song, since what makes others sad fills me with joy. Ay, for such joy, in one or in few nights, I pray in rude song and in anguished rhyme, that soon my tears may ended be in death. End of poem.
Petrarch's First Sestina by Francesco Petrarch. Translated by G. M. Middleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To every animal that lives on earth, except to those who have in hate the sun, the hours of toil are given in the day, and when the ample heavens light their stars, some home return, some nestle in the wood, to rest from labour at the least till dawn. But I, from when begins the glorious dawn, to shake the shadows from about the earth, waking the animals in every wood, I ne'er have truce of sighing with the sun. And e'en at length when I behold the stars, I go on weeping, and desire the day. And when the eve oft chaseth gaudy day, and when our darkness maketh others dawn, I pensive gaze upon the cruel stars, that made me of so sensitive an earth, and curse the day, on which I saw the sun, that makes me seem a man bred in the wood. I think not that there ever fed in wood a beast so fierce by night or by day, as she for whom I weep through shade and sun. Nor do I weary, or at eve or dawn, for though I be but mortal, shaped of earth, my love is other and akin the stars. Ere yet I do return to ye, bright stars, or fall down, lost in the sweet amorous wood, this body leaving to be trodden earth, might I see pity in her, in one day 'twould well repay long years, and ere the dawn it would enrich me after set of sun. Might I be with her from the set of sun, and might none see us but the tender stars only one night, and might it never dawn, and might she not be turned into green wood to 'scape my arms, as happened in the day when young Apollo chased her o'er the earth. But I shall walk beneath the earth in wood, and the day pass all bright with minute stars, ere that to such sweet dawn arrive the sun. End of poem. Sestina from Petrarch by Francesco Petrarch. Translated by Charles Tomlinson, FRS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chi è fermato di menar sua vita. Who of deliberate choice will spend his life upon the treacherous wave, among the rocks, severed from death but by one little ship, must count on being always near his end. Hence, prudent he, who would return to port while yet the helm has influence o'er the sail. The gentle gale, to which both helm and sail I trusted, entering on my amorous life, with the full hope to make some better port, has led me since among 1,000 rocks. The reasons of my so unhappy end as much within were as without my ship. Shut up for many a day in this blind ship I wandered, not once looking to the sail, and so, before my time, I reached the end. But it pleased him to whom I owe my life, at least so far to free me from the rocks, that in the distant view appeared the port. As lights by night, bright shining from some port, are sometimes seen at sea by passing ship, unless concealed by tempest or the rocks, so I, above my well-inflated sail, saw indications of that other life, and then I sighed that I might reach mine end. Not that I was secure, though at the end, but striving while 'tis day to be in port, is a long voyage for so short a life. And then I fear that in such fragile ship the wind, beyond control, may fill my sail and hurl me forward, helpless, on these rocks. Escape I living from these dubious rocks, and if my exile have a prosperous end, how happy shall I be to furl my sail, and cast my anchor in some friendly port, unless I burn, like some ignited ship, so hard for me to quit my accustomed life. Lord of my end, and Lord too of my life, before my ship is wrecked among the rocks, oh, guide to some sure port the much vexed sail. End of poem. Sestina 8 by Francesco Petrarch. Translated by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. La ve l'aurora che si dulce l'aura. She is moved neither by his verses nor his tears. When music warbles from each thorn, and Zephyr's dewy wings sweep the young flowers, what time the morn her crimson radiance flings, then, as the smiling year renews, I feel renewed love's tender pain, renewed is Laura's cold disdain, and I for comfort court the weeping muse. Oh, could my sighs in accents flow so musically lorn, that thou mightst catch my amorous woe, and cease, proud maid, thy scorn, yet ere within thy icy breast the smallest spark of passion's found, winter's cold temples shall be bound with all the blooms that paint spring's glowing vest. The drops that bathe the grief-dewed eye, the love-impassioned strain, to move thy flinty bosom try full oft, but in vain, would tears and melting song avail, as vainly might the silken breeze that bends the flowers, that fans the trees, some rugged rock's tremendous brow assail. Both gods and men alike are swayed by love, as poets tell, and I, when flowers in every shade their bursting gems reveal, first felt his all-subduing power, while Laura knows not yet the smart, nor heeds the tortures of my heart, my prayers, my plaints, and sorrow's pearly shower. Thy wrongs, my soul, with patience bear, while life shall warm this clay, and soothing sounds to Laura's ear my numbers shall convey. Numbers with forceful magic charm all nature o'er the frost-bound earth wake summer's fragrant buds to birth, and the fierce serpent of its rage disarm. The blossomed shrubs in smiles are dressed, now laughs his purple plain, and shall the nymph a foe professed to tenderness remain? But oh, what solace shall I find if fortune dooms me yet to bear the frowns of my relentless fair, save with soft moan to vex the pitying wind? In baffling nets the light-winged gale I'd fetter as it blows, the vernal rose that scents the vale I'd cull on wintry snows. Still I'd ne'er hope that mind to move which dares defy the wiles of verse and love. 1777. End of poem. Double Sestina by Francesco Petrarch. Translated by Agnes Tobin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All my bright youth and all my fortune gay, translucent days and quiet-breasted nights, all my sweet longings and my lovely verse, that went so flexible and fair in rhyme, are sudden turned to bitterness and moan, and make me shrink from life and long for death. For dreadful, cloudy, wild, benumbing death, who is the cause I am no longer gay, but all alone must fare and make my moan, hedged in by cloudy days and dreadful nights, and sorrows numb that will not wake in rhyme, and visions wild that trample all my verse, trampled and made to shriek, O lovely verse, the things of wrath, and talk of dreadful death. O sonnets of the clashing, clinging rhyme, that made the gentle-hearted sad and gay, may ye no more croon love to me at nights? And may I sing no more, but only moan? Time was desire lay hidden in my moan, and set afire my faint and mournful verse. Her dear delirium mastered all my nights, but now my cry is bitterer than death, despairing of those looks, divine and gay, once target for my wan and lowly rhyme. Oh, what a target had love set for my rhyme between her lovely eyes! But moan on moan now shakes the fingers that shot brave and gay. I am blighted, and the blight is in my verse. Take me, I beg of thee, O pallid death, and hang me in thy cloudy days and nights. Light comes not to my days, sleep to my nights, nor beauty to the calling of my rhyme, for beauty heeds not those who live near death. See how my melody has changed to moan! Bear witness, love, in all your reign no verse has rung like mine, so mournful from so gay. I have been one with joy, and strong and gay, Now I lie close to sorrow, and these nights double my pain, Sestina, and thy verse, for my sad heart has doubled my sad rhyme. My food was hope that now is grief and moan. No shield have I from death, but only death. Death deals me death, and the dark hand of death must lead me where stars make the footpaths gay, for her to whom by day I made my moan, and poured out tears through long impassioned nights. Then when I wove my golden thoughts in rhyme, and in love's fanning wings winnowed my verse. O my own Tuscan, glow thou in my verse. Sure I may win my Laura back from death, if Orpheus, with his Greek that could not rhyme, brought back Eurydice all warm and gay. But if this may not be, then days and nights vanish, and let death hush these lips that moan. How long, O love, how long thou'st heard that moan, and suffered the sad sameness of my verse, and never answered in the dreadful nights? So now I cling to the cold hands of death, for he can lead me to the garden gay, to her for whom I sing and cry in rhyme. If to those heights I may climb up in rhyme, where, far above all wrath and woe and moan, my lady's beauty makes the heavens gay, oh, may she know again for mine the verse that flowered in her footsteps before death gave her clear days unending, me dark nights. And you, to whom there come more thrilling nights than can be told by love or shut in rhyme, pray that, no longer deaf to me, great Death open his doors for ever to my moan. Sure he must love us, me and my poor verse. His call chills all men, but to us is gay. May it be soon, oh, no more days and nights. My sorrow-laden verse and painted rhyme entreat your poppies on my mouth, O Death. End of poem. A Sestina on a Lover's Hours by Francesco Petrarch. Translated by Rabindranath Datta. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Petrarch. To every creature that doth lodge in earth, save but a few that hold in hate the sun, a time there is for toil, and 'tis the day. But when the heavens lighten up their stars, one goes to hut, and one is housed in wood, to have some rest at least until the dawn. And I, since when begins the beauteous dawn to drive the shades about from over earth, waking the creatures up in every wood, have ne'er a truce with sighs below the sun. Then, when I see aflame with light the stars, I walk in tears and yearning after day. When evening puts to flight the radiant day, and when our gloom to others makes their dawn, I muse and wonder at the cruel stars, which made me palpable as one of earth, and curse the day when first I saw the sun, which makes me seem a man upreared in wood. I think not there was ever nursed in wood so rough a savage, or by night or day, as she, for whom I moan in shade and sun, and I'm not tired by early sleep or dawn, for, though my mortal body be of earth, my steadfast yearning comes from out the stars. Ere I return to you, O shining stars, or turn adown in midst of love's sweet wood, leaving this frame, which shall be trodden earth, might I see pity in her, which in one day could make up many years, and till the dawn could make me rich from time of setting sun. Might I be with her since the parting sun, and might none others see us but the stars, for one sole night, and were it never dawn, and were she not to change in verdant wood, to cheat and 'scape mine arms, as on the day when Phoebus chased her here adown on earth. But I'll be under earth in sapless wood, the day will go all full of tiny stars, ere to so sweet a dawn attains the sun. September 1908. End of poem.
Cuddy's Sestina by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Then listeneth each unto my heavy lay, and tune your pipes as ruthful as ye may. Ye wasteful woods, bear witness of my woe, wherein my plaints did oftentimes resound. Ye careless birds are privy to my cries, which in your songs were wont to make a part. Thou, pleasant spring, hast lulled me oft asleep, whose streams my trickling tears did oft augment. Resort of people doth my griefs augment, the walled towns do work my greater woe. The forest wide is fitter to resound the hollow echo of my careful cries. I hate the house, since thence my love did part, whose wailful want debars mine eyes from sleep. Let streams of tears supply the place of sleep, let all that sweet is void, and all that may augment my dool, draw near. More meet to wail my woe, be in the wild woods, my sorrows to resound, than bed, or bower, both which I fill with cries, when I them see so waste, and find no part of pleasure past. Here will I dwell apart, in gastful grove therefore, till my last sleep do close mine eyes. So shall I not augment with sight of such as change my restless woe. Help me, my baneful birds, whose shrieking sound is sign of dreary death, my deadly cries most ruthfully to tune, and as my cries, which of my woe cannot bewray least part, you hear all night, when nature craveth sleep, increase, so let your irksome yells augment. Thus all the night in plaints, the day in woe, I vowed have to waste, till safe and sound she home return, whose voices silver sound to cheerful songs can change my cheerless cries. Hence with the nightingale will I take part, that blessed bird that spends her time of sleep in songs and plaintive pleas, the more t'augment the memory of his misdeed that bred her woe. And you that feel no woe, when as the sound of these my nightly cries ye hear apart, let break your sounder sleep, and pity augment. End of poem. Strephon and Caius by Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ye goat-haired gods that love the grassy mountains, ye nymphs that haunt the springs in pleasant valleys, ye satyrs joyed with free and quiet forests, vouchsafe your silent ears to plaining music, which to my woes gives still an early morning, and draws the dolour on till weary evening.
O Mercury, foregoer to the evening, O heavenly huntress of the savage mountains, O lovely star, entitled of the morning, well that my voice doth fill these woeful valleys, vouchsafe your silent ears to plaining music, which oft hath echo tired in secret forests.
I that was once free burgess of the forests, where shade from sun and sports I sought at evening, I that was once esteemed for pleasant music, am banished now among the monstrous mountains of huge despair and foul affliction's valleys, am grown a shriek-owl to myself each morning.
I that was once delighted every morning, hunting the wild inhabiters of the forests, I, that was once the music of these valleys, so darkened am, that all my day is evening, heart-broken so, that molehills seem high mountains, and fill the vales with cries instead of music.
Long since, alas, my deadly swannish music hath made itself a crier of the morning, and hath with wailing strength climbed highest mountains. Long since my thoughts more desert be than forests, long since I see my joys come to their evening, and state thrown down to overtrodden valleys.
Long since the happy dwellers of these valleys have prayed me leave my strange exclaiming music, which troubles their day's work and joys of evening. Long since I hate the night, more hate the morning. Long since my thoughts chase me like beasts in forests, and make me wish myself laid under mountains.
Meseems I see the high and stately mountains transform themselves to low dejected valleys. Meseems I hear in these ill-changed forests the nightingales do learn of owls their music. Meseems I feel the comfort of the morning turned to the mortal serene of an evening.
Meseems I see a filthy cloudy evening, as soon as sun begins to climb the mountains. Meseems I feel a noisome scent, the morning when I do smell the flowers of these valleys. Meseems I hear, when I do hear sweet music, the dreadful cries of murdered men in forests.
I wish to fire the trees of all those forests. I give the sun a last farewell each evening. I curse the fiddling finders out of music. With envy I do hate the lofty mountains, and with despite despise the humble valleys. I do detest night, evening, day, and morning.
Curse to myself my prayer is, the morning. My fire is more than can be made with forests, my state more base than are the basest valleys. I wish no evenings more to see, each evening. Shamed I hate myself in sight of mountains, and stop mine ears, lest I grow mad with music.
For she whose parts maintained a perfect music, whose beauty shined more than the blushing morning, who much did pass in state the stately mountains, in straightness passed the cedars of the forests, hath cast me, wretch, into eternal evening by taking her two sons from these dark valleys.
For she to whom compared the Alps are valleys, she whose least word brings from the spheres their music, at whose approach the sun rose in the evening, who where she went bare in her forehead mourning, is gone from these our spoiled forests, turning to deserts our best pastured mountains.
These mountains witness shall, so shall these valleys, these forests eke, made wretched by our music.
Our morning hymn is this, and song at evening.
End of poem. Agelastus's Sestine by Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Since wailing is a bud of causeful sorrow, since sorrow is the follower of evil fortune, since no evil fortune equals public damage, now prince's loss hath made our damage public. Sorrow, pay we to thee the rights of nature, and inward grief seal up with outward wailing. Why should we spare our voice from endless wailing, who justly make our hearts the seat of sorrow, in such a case, where it appears that nature doth add her force unto the sting of fortune? Choosing, alas, this our theatre public, where they would leave trophies of cruel damage. Then, since such powers conspired unto our damage, which may be known but never helped with wailing, yet let us leave a monument in public, of willing tears, torn hairs, and cries of sorrow, for lost, lost is, by blow of cruel fortune, Arcadia's gem, the noblest child of nature. O nature doting old, O blinded nature, how hast thou torn thyself, sought thine own danger, in granting such a scope to filthy fortune, by thy imp's loss to fill the world with wailing, cast thy stepmother eyes upon our sorrow, public our loss, so, see, thy shame is public. O that we had, to make our woes more public, seas in our eyes, and brazen tongues by nature, a yelling voice, and hearts composed of sorrow, breath made of flames, wits knowing naught but damage, our sports murdering ourselves, our musics wailing, our studies fixed upon the falls of fortune. No, no, our mischief grows in this vile fortune, that private pains cannot breathe out in public the furious inward griefs with hellish wailing, but forced are to burthen feeble nature with secret sense of our eternal damage, and sorrow feeding our souls with sorrow. Since sorrow then concludeth all our fortune, with all our deaths show we this damage public. His nature fears to die, who lives still wailing. End of poem. Farewell by Philip Sidney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Farewell, O sun, Arcadia's clearest light. Farewell, O pearl, the poor man's plenteous treasure. Farewell, O golden staff, the weak man's might. Farewell, O joy, the joyful's only pleasure. Wisdom, farewell, the skilless man's direction. Farewell, with thee farewell, all our affection. For what place now is left for our affection, now that of purest lamp is quenched the light which to our darkened minds was best direction? Now that the mine is lost of all our treasure, now death hath swallowed up our worldly pleasure, we orphans made, void of all public might. Orphans indeed, deprived of father's might, for he our father was in all affection, in our well-doing placing all his pleasure, still studying how to us to be a light. As well he was in peace a safest treasure, in war his wit and word was our direction. Whence, alas, shall we seek our direction, who long have gaped to get Arcadian's treasure? Shall we now find a guide of such affection, who for our sakes will think all travail light, and make his pain to keep us safe his pleasure? No, no, for ever gone is all our pleasure, for ever wandering from all good direction, for ever blinded of our clearest light, for ever lamed of our sured might, for ever banished from well-placed affection, for ever robbed of all our royal treasure. Let tears for him therefore be all our treasure, and in our wailful naming him our pleasure. Let hating of ourselves be our affection, and unto death bend still our thoughts' direction. Let us against ourselves employ our might, and putting out our eyes, seek we our light. Farewell our light, farewell our spoiled treasure, farewell our might, farewell our daunted pleasure, farewell direction, farewell all affection. End of poem.
Sestin 1 by William Alexander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hard is my fortune, stormy is my state, and as inconstant as the waving sea, whose course doth still depend upon the winds. For lo, my life in danger every hour, and though even at the point for to be lost, can find no comfort but a flying show. And yet I take such pleasure in this show, that still I stand contented with my state, although that others think me to be lost. And whilst I swim amidst a dangerous sea, twixt fear and hope, are looking for the hour, when my last breath shall glide amongst the winds. Lo, to the seaman beaten with the winds, sometimes the heavens a smiling face will show, so that to rest himself he finds some hour. But naught, ay me, can ever calm my state, who with my tears as I would make a sea, am flying Scylla in Charybdis lost. The pilot that was likely to be lost, when he hath scaped the furor of the winds, doth straight forget the dangers of the sea. But I, unhappy I, can never show no kind of token of a quiet state, and am tormented still from hour to hour. Oh, shall I never see that happy hour, when I, whose hopes once utterly were lost, may find a means to re-erect my state, and leave for to breath forth such dolorous winds, whilst I myself in constancy do show a rock against the waves amidst the sea. As many waters make in end a sea, as many minutes make in end an hour, and still what went before the effect doth show, So all the labours that I long have lost, as one that was but wrestling with the winds may once in end concur to bless my state. And once my storm-stead state saved from the sea, in spite of adverse winds, may in 1 hour pay all my labours lost, at least in show. End of poem. Sestin 2 by William Alexander. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. While as the day delivers us his light, I wander through the solitary fields, and when the evening hath obscured the earth, and hath with silence lulled the world asleep, then rage I like a madman in my bed, which, being fired with sighs, I quench with tears. But ere Aurora rise to spend her tears, still languishing again to see the light, as the enemy of my rest, I fly my bed, and take me to the most deserted fields. There is no soul save I but gets some sleep, though one would seek through all the peopled earth. Whiles the Etna of my fires affrights the earth, and whiles it dreads, I drown it with my tears, and it's suspicious like. I neither sleep, when Phoebus gives nor gathers in his light. So many piles of grass not clothe the fields, as I devise designs within my bed. Unto the time I find a frosty bed, digged within the bowels of the earth, mine eyes, salt floods, shall still o'erflow the fields. I look out for an abstinence from tears, till first I be secluded from the light, and end my torments with an endless sleep. For now, when I am purposed to sleep, 1,000 thoughts assail me in my bed, that oft I do despair to see the light. Oh, would to God I were dissolved in earth! Then would the savage beasts bemoan with tears their neighbour's death through all the unpeopled fields. Whilst ravished whiles I walk alongst the fields, the lookers-on lament, I lose my sleep, but of the crocodiles those be the tears. So to persuade me for to go to sleep, as being sure, when once I leave the light, to render me the greatest wretch on th'earth. Oh, happiest I in th'earth, if in the fields I might still see the light and never sleep, drinking salt tears, and making stones my bed. End of poem.
Sestine 1 by Barnaby Barnes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When I waked out of dreaming, looking all about the garden, sweet Parthenope was walking. Oh, what fortune brought her hither! She much fairer than that nymph which was beat with rose and lilies. Her cheeks exceed the rose and lilies. I was fortunate in dreaming of so beautiful a nymph. To this happy blessed garden, come you nymphs, come fairies, hither, wonder nature's wonder walking. So she seemed in her walking as she would make rose and lilies ever flourish. Oh, but hither, hark, for I beheld it dreaming, lilies blushed within the garden, stained with beauties of that nymph. The rose for anger at that nymph was pale, and as she went on walking, when she gathered in the garden, tears came from the rose and lilies, as they sighed their breath in dreaming, I could well perceive hither. When Parthenope came hither at the presence of that nymph, that hill was heaven where I lay dreaming, but when I had espied her walking, and in hand her rose and lilies, a sacrifice given by that garden. To love stood sacred that fair garden. I dared the nymphs to hasten hither, make homage to the rose and lilies, which are sacred to my nymph, wonder when you see her walking. Might I see her but in dreaming! Even the fancy of that nymph would make me night and day come hither to sleep in this thrice happy garden. End of poem. Sestine 2 by Barnaby Barnes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In sweetest pride of youthful May, where my poor flocks were wont to stay about the valleys and high hills, which Flora with her glory fills, Parthenophil, the gentle swain, perplexed with a pleasing pain, despairing how to slack his pain, to woods and floods these words did say: Parthenophe, mine heart's sovereign, why dost thou my delights delay, and with my cross unkindness kills mine heart, bound martyr to thy wills? But women will have their own wills. Alas, why then should I complain? Since what she lists her heart fulfills. I sigh, I weep, I kneel, I pray. When I should kiss, she runs away. Sighs, knees, tears, prayers, spent in vain. My verses do not please her vein. Mine heart wears with continual thrills his epilogue about to play. My sense unsound, my wits in wane. I still expect a happy day, whilst harvest grows, my winter spills. Parthenope mine harvest spills, she robs my storehouse of his grain. Alas, sweet wench, thy rage allay! Behold, what fountain still distills, whiles thine heat's rage in me doth reign, yet moisture will not his flame stay. Parthenope, thy fury stay, take hence, the occasion of these ills thou art the cause, but come again. Return, and Flora's pride disdain, her lilies, rose, and daffodils, thy cheeks and forehead disarray, the rose and lilies of their grain. What swans can yield so many quills as all her glories can display? End of poem. Sestine 3 by Barnaby Barnes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. You loathed fields and forests, infected with my vain sighs, you stony rocks and deaf hills, with my complaints to speak taught, you sandy shores, with my tears, which learn to wash your dry face. Behold and learn in my face the state of blasted forests. If you would learn to shed tears, or melt away with oft sighs, you shall of me be this taught, as I sit under these hills. Beating mine arms on these hills, laid grovelling on my lean face, my sheep of me to bleat taught, and to wander through the forests. The sudden winds learn my sighs, Aurora's flowers my tears. But she that should see my tears swift scuddeth by the high hills, and sees me spent with long sighs, and views my blubbered lean face, yet leaves me to the forests, whose solitary paths taught my woes, all comforts untaught. These sorrows, sighs, and salt tears fit solitary forests. These outcries meet for deaf hills, these tears best fitting this face, this air most meet for these sighs. Consume, consume with these sighs such sorrows they to die taught, which printed are in thy face, whose furrows made with much tears. You stony rocks and high hills, you sandy shores and forests, report my seas of salt tears, you whom I nothing else taught but groanings, tears, and sad sighs. End of poem. Sestine 4 by Barnaby Barnes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Echo, what shall I do to my nymph when I go to behold her? Hold her. So dare I not, lest she should think that I make her a prey then. Pray then. Yea, but at me she will take scorn, proceeded of honour. Honour. Me bear will she, with her to deal so saucily, never, ever. Yea, but I greatly fear she will have pure thoughts to refuse such, few such. Then will I venture again more bold, if you warn me to do so, do so. I must write with tears and sighs before that I do so, do so. But what if my tears and sighs be too weak to remove her? Move her. So shall ye move huge Alps with tears and sighs, if you may such, you may such. If any that shall affirm for a truth, I shall hold that they lie then, lie then. If I study to death in kind, shall I lie never, ever? Oh, what is it to lie? Is not dishonour? 'Tis honour. Then to flatter a while her, is not dishonour? Honour. Then will I rest out sighs, and wring forth tears when I do so? Do so. Lest she find my craft, with her I may toy never, ever. Then if you jest in kind with her, you win her? You win her. Then what time she laughs from her heart, shall I smile then? I smile then. They that like my toys, is it harm if I kiss such? I kiss such. Yea, but most ladies have disdainful minds to refuse such, few such. In what space shall I know whether her love resteth in honour, in 1 hour? Oh, for such a sweet hour, my life of hours will I pray then, I then. Then if I find, as I would, more bold to urge her, I may be so, be so. But if she do refuse, then woe to the tempter, attempt her. She will proudly refuse, she speaks in jest never, ever. So though still she refuse, she speaks in jest ever, ever. Then such as these be the true best signs to seek out such? Seek out such. Such will I seek, but what shall I do when I first shall attempt her? Tempt her. How shall I tempt her, ere she stand on terms of her honour? On her. Oh, might I come to that! I think 'tis even so, 'tis even so. Strongly to tempt and move at first is surely the best then? The best then. What, when they do repugn, yet cry not forth? Will they do then? Do then. With such a blunt proem, ladies, shall I move never? Ever. I must wait on an inch on such nymphs whom I regard so, guard so. Those whom in heart I love, my faith doth firmly deserve such, serve such. Then to become their slaves is no great dishonour? Honour. But to the Muses first I will recommend her, commend her. They that pity lovers, is't good if I praise such? I praise such. If that I write their praise, by my verse, shall they live never? Ever. If thy words be true, with thanks, take adieu then. Adieu then. End of poem. Sestine 5 by Barnaby Barnes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Then, first, with locks dishevelled and bare, straight girded, in a cheerful calmy night, having a fire made of green cypress wood, and with male frankincense on altar kindled, I call on threefold Hecate with tears, and here with loud voice invocate the Furies, for their assistance to me with their furies, whilst snowy steeds in coach bright Phoebe bear. Ay me, Parthenope smiles at my tears. I neither take my rest by day or night. Her cruel loves in me such heat have kindled. Hence, goat, and bring her to me raging wood. Hecate tell which way she comes through the wood. This wine about this altar to the Furies I sprinkle, whiles the cypress boughs be kindled. This brimstone earth within her bowels bear, and this blue incense sacred to the night. This hand perforce from this bay his branch tears. So be she brought, which pitied not my tears, and as it burneth with the cypress wood, so burn she with desire by day and night, you gods of vengeance and avengeful Furies. Revenge, to whom I bend on my knees bare. Hence, goat, and bring her, with love's outrage kindled. Hecate, make signs, if she with love come kindled. Think on my passions, Hecate, and my tears. This rosemarine, whose branch she chiefly bare, and loved best, I cut, both bark and wood, broke with this brazen axe, and in love's furies I tread on it, rejoicing in this night, and saying, let her feel such wounds this night. About this altar, and rich incense kindled, this lace and vervine, to love's bitter furies, I bind and strew, and with sad sighs and tears, about, I bear her image, raging wood. Hence, goat, and bring her from her bedding bare. Hecate, reveal if she like passions bear. I knit 3 true lovers' knots, this is love's night, of 3 discoloured silks, to make her wood. But she scorns Venus, till her loves be kindled, and till she find the grief of sighs and tears, sweet queen of loves, for mine unpitied furies, alike torment her with such scalding fires. And this turtle, when the loss she bare of her dear make, in her kind, did shed tears, and mourning, did seek him all day and night, let such lament in her for me be kindled, and mourn she still, till she run raging wood. Hence, goat, and bring her to me raging wood. These letters and these verses to the Furies, which she did write, all in this flame be kindled. Me with these papers in vain hope she bear, that she to-day would turn mine hopeless night. These, as I rent and burn, so Fury tears. Her ardent heart, which pitied not my tears, the wind-shaked trees make murmur in the wood, the waters roar at this thrice sacred night, the winds come whisking shrill to note her furies. Trees, woods, and winds, a part in my plaints bear, and knew my woes, now joy to see her kindled. See, whence she comes, with loves enraged and kindled, the pitchy clouds in drops send down their tears, owls screech, dogs bark to see her carried bare. Wolves yowl and cry, bulls bellow through the wood, ravens crope. Now, I feel love's fiercest furies. Seest thou that black goat, brought this silent night, through empty clouds, by the daughters of the night? See how on him she sits, with love rage kindled, hither perforce brought with avengeful furies. Now I wax drowsy, now cease all my tears, whilst I take rest and slumber near this wood. Ah me, Parthenophe naked and bare! Come, blessed goat, that my sweet lady bear. Where hast thou been, Parthenopé, this night? What cold? Sleep by this fire of cypress wood, which I, much longing for thy sake, have kindled. Weep not. Come, loves, and wipe away her tears. At length yet wilt thou take away my furies? Ay me! Embrace me, see those ugly furies. Come to my bed, lest they behold thee bare, and bear thee hence. They will not pity tears, and these still dwell in everlasting night. Ah, loves, sweet fires for us hath kindled, but not inflamed with frankincense or wood. The furies they shall hence into the wood, whiles Cupid shall make calmer his hot furies, and stand appeased at our fires kindled. Join, Parthenophe, thyself unbear, none can perceive us in the silent night. Now will I cease from sighs, laments, and tears. And cease, Parthenophe, sweet, cease thy tears. Bear golden apples, thorns in every wood. Join heavens, for we conjoin this heavenly night. Let alder trees bear apricots, die furies, and thistles, pears, which prickles lately bear. Now both in one with equal flame be kindled. Die, magic boughs, now die which late were kindled. Here is mine heaven, love's drop instead of tears. It joins, ah, both embracing bear. Let nettles bring forth roses in each wood, last ever verdant woods. Hence, former furies, oh die, live, joy, what? Last continual night. Sleep Phoebus still with Thetis, rule still night. I melt in love, love's marrow flame is kindled. Here will I be consumed in love's sweet furies. I melt. Watch, Cupid, my love tears. If these be furies, oh let me be wood. If all the fiery element I bear. 'Tis now acquitted, cease your former tears. For as she once with rage my body kindled, so in hers am I buried this night. Finis. End of poem.
A Complaint by Francis Davison. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A complaint of which all the staves end with the words of the first like a sestine. Ye ghastly groves that hear my woeful cries, whose shady leaves do shake to hear my pain, thou silver stream, that dost with tears lament the cruel chance that doth my grief increase, ye chirping birds, whose cheerless notes declare that ye bewail the woes I feel in mind, bear witness how with care I do consume, and hear the cause why thus I pine away. Love is the cause that makes me pine away, and makes you hear the echo of my cries, through grief's increase, and though the cause of pain which doth enforce me still thus to lament, proceed from love, and though my pain increase by daily cries which do that pain declare, and witness are of my afflicted mind, yet cry I will, till crying me consume. For as the fire the stubble doth consume, and as the wind doth drive the dust away, so pensive hearts are spent with doleful cries, and cares distract the mind with pinching pain. But all in vain I do my cares lament, my sorrow doth my sobs, sighs, tears increase, though sobs, sighs, tears, my torments do declare, sobs, sighs, nor tears move not her flinty mind. I am cast out of her ungrateful mind, and she hath sworn I shall in vain consume my weary days, my life must waste away, consumed with pain, and worn with restless cries. So Philomel, too much oppressed with pain by his misdeed that causeth her lament, doth day and night her mournful lays increase, and to the woods her sorrows doth declare. Some ease it is hid sorrows to declare, but too small ease to such a grieved mind, which by repeating woes doth more consume, to end which woes I find at all no way, a simple salve to cure so great a pain, but to death's deafened ears to bend my cries. Come then, ye ghastly owls, help me lament, and as my cries, so let your shrieks increase. For as your shrieks, the tunes of death, increase, when sun is set and shadows do declare the night's approach, so I from my dark mind, since my bright sun is fled, in cries consume my night of woes, and though you fly away, soon as the day returns and cease your cries, yet I by day find no release of pain, but day and night so foul a change lament. But while I thus to senseless things lament, ruth of my case in them thereby increase, which she feels not, with scoffs she doth declare my pangs to him, who first her wanton mind from me did win, since when I still consume like wax 'gainst fire, like snow that melts away before the sun, thus, with mournful cries I living die, and dying live in pain. And now adieu delight, and farewell pain, adieu vain hope, I shall no more lament her feigned faith which did my woes increase. And ye, to whom my griefs I thus declare, ye which have heard the secrets of my mind, and seeing then my lingering life in pain consume, grove, brook, and birds adieu. Now hence away, by death I will, and cease my deadly cries. End of poem.
XVI. The Heaven Doth Not Contain So Many Stars, by William Drummond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The heaven doth not contain so many stars, so many leaves not prostrate lie in woods. When autumn's old, and Boreas sounds his wars, so many waves have not the ocean floods, as my rent mind hath torments all the night, and heart spends sighs when Phoebus brings the light. Why should I been a partner of that light, who, crossed in birth by bad aspects of stars, have never since had happy day nor night? Why was not I a liver in the woods, or citizen of Thetis' crystal floods? than made a man for love and fortune's wars. I look each day when death should end the wars, uncivil wars, 'twixt sense and reason's light. My pains I count to mountains, meads, and floods, and of my sorrow partners make the stars. All desolate I haunt the fearful woods, when I should give myself to rest at night. With watchful eyes I ne'er behold the night, mother of peace, but to me of wars, and Cynthia, queen-like, shining through the woods, when straight those lamps come in my thought, whose light my judgment dazzled, passing brightest stars, and then mine eyes enile themselves with floods. Turn to their springs again first shall the floods, clear shall the sun the sad and gloomy night, to dance about the pole cease shall the stars. The elements renew their ancient wars shall first, and be deprived of place and light, ere I find rest in city, fields, or woods. End these my days, indwellers of the woods, take this my life, ye deep and raging floods. Sun, never rise to clear me with thy light. Horror and darkness keep a lasting night. Consume me, care, with thy intestine wars, and stay your influence over me, bright stars. In vain the stars, indwellers of the woods, care, horror, wars, I call, and raging floods, for all have sworn no night shall dim my sight. End of poem. XVI. Sith gone is my delight and only pleasure, by William Drummond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sith gone is my delight and only pleasure, the last of all my hopes, the cheerful sun that cleared my life's dark day, nature's sweet treasure, more dear to me than all beneath the moon, what resteth now but that upon this mountain I weep, till heaven transform me in a fountain? Fresh, fair, delicious, crystal, pearly fountain, on whose smooth face to look she oft took pleasure, tell me, so may thy streams long cheer this mountain, so serpent ne'er thee stain, nor scorch thee sun, so may with gentle beams thee kiss the moon. Dost thou not mourn to want so fair a treasure? While she her glassed in thee, rich Tagus' treasure thou envy needed not, nor yet the fountain in which that hunter saw the naked moon. Absence hath robbed thee of thy wealth and pleasure, and I remain like marigold of sun deprived, that dies by shadow of some mountain. Nymphs of the forest, nymphs who on this mountain are wont to dance, showing your beauty's treasure to goat-feet Sylvans and the wondering sun, when as you gather flowers about this fountain, bid her farewell who placed here her pleasure, and sing her praises to the stars and moon. Among the lesser lights as is the moon, blushing through scarf of clouds on Latmos' mountain, or when her silver locks she looks for pleasure in Thetis' streams, proud of so gay a treasure, such was my fair when she sat by this fountain with other nymphs to shun the amorous sun. As is our earth in absence of the sun, or when of sun deprived is the moon, as is without a verdant shade a fountain, or wanting grass, a mead, a vale, a mountain, such is my state, bereft of my dear treasure, to know whose only worth was all my pleasure. Ne'er think of pleasure, heart. Eyes, shun the sun. Tears be your treasure, which the wandering moon shall see you shed by mountain, vale, and fountain. End of poem. Sestine by Friedrich Rückert, anonymous translator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the German of Rückert. When through the air, light whirling, drives the snow, and o'er the plain, with sounding step, the frost travels along a glassy path of ice, pleasant it is, defended from the storm, and unrepelled by the bright, cheerful glow of one's own hearth, quiet to sit at home. Oh, were I seated now by her at home, who has no need to envy the pure snow, and by the magic of her eyes' mild glow can sparks elicit from the very frost, she would perchance within me quell the storm, and from my bosom thaw its weight of ice. Soon at the coming of the spring the ice of winter melts, and to its northern home, scared by her genial breath, retires the storm. Let me withdraw, where I may kiss the snow of that fair hand, which, by no wintry frost created, shall survive the summer's glow. Within me longing burns as summer's glow, and by its heat dissolves, like softened ice, my heart, though girded by the winter's frost, and ceaselessly my thoughts drift to their home, crossing each other like the flakes of snow, mingled together by the changeful storm. Oh, that I were borne thither by a storm, so I with her might quench my inward glow! And could I only as a flake of snow, or even as a fragile spear of ice, cling to the roof, where she is now at home, I would not care then for the winter's frost. In presence of the spring who feels the frost? Beneath the sun of love who dreads the storm? Who knows disquiet where she dwells at home? She who hath breathed afar and made to glow new life in me, o'er many a field of ice and many a giant mountain crowned with snow. As snow-white flowers appear to me the frost, as crystal gems the ice, music, the storm, while in the glow of thought with thee at home. End of poem.
A Sestina by James Mew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Out of deep darkness burn her mouth and eyes, when the loud stirring world lies still and death holds day. I see her fair face, ah, how fair, and half in pleasure I look, and half in pain. What time the late lights shine of watch at eve, till the wet shadows wane in front of morn. Such days as ours she knows not, nor such morn as our morn feeds her eyes, her sad sweet eyes. But though she knows now no grey shadow of eve, yet bitter, dull, inexorable death, she feels, maybe, some far-off sense of pain, knowing for me the world is no more fair. Ah, not again forever, O most fair! May I on thy moist threshold in the morn throw dewy roses, never may my pain be all forgotten in thy liquid eyes, for thy dear beauty lies buried deep in death, lost as a cloud in air or light at eve, closed round with mist and cloud as winter's eve, in some unlovely land once passing fair, now filled with formless shadows of murky death, my life is made one night without a morn, one night through which I, orphan of thine eyes, with fainter hands grope ever with greater pain. Ah, who can tell my tears, my tale of pain? It were all one to count the eyes of Eve, God's footprints in their fields, Eve's myriad eyes, the sunless wrinkles of the old sea, the fair first leaves of May, the flowers of April's morn, the grains of dust about the feet of death. A shining flood which leaves to drought and death the life born on its borders, without pain, seeking the thankless sea, so a larger morn thou soughtest, leaving me in lasting eve, who hear but in dreams, and see thy words and fair face, and wake with sad insatiate eyes. But lo! My faint eyes must be dark in death, and foul and fair belike, and pleasure and pain, ere my long eve once more wane into morn. End of poem.
Sestina by Edmund Goss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fra tutti il primo Arnaldo Daniello, gran maestro d'amor. Petrarch. In fair Provence, the land of lute and rose, Arnauld, great master of the lore of love, first wrought sestines to win his lady's heart, since she was deaf when simpler staves he sang. And for her sake he broke the bonds of rhyme, and in this subtler measure hid his woe. "Harsh be my lines," cried Arnauld, "harsh the woe my lady, that enthorned and cruel rose, inflicts on him that made her live in rhyme." But through the metre spake the voice of love, and like a wildwood nightingale he sang, who thought in crabbed lays to ease his heart. It was not told if her untoward heart was melted by her poet's lyric woe, or if in vain so amorously he sang. Perchance through cloud of dark conceits he rose to nobler heights of philosophic love, and crowned his later years with sterner rhyme. This thing alone we know, the triple rhyme of him who bared his vast and passionate heart to all the crossing flames of hate and love, wears in the midst of all its storm of woe, as some loud morn of March may bear a rose, the impress of a song that Arnauld sang. Smith of his mother tongue, the Frenchman sang of Lancelot and of Galahad, the rhyme that beat so bloodlike at its core of rose. It stirred the sweet Francesca's gentle heart, to take that kiss that brought her so much woe, and sealed in fire her martyrdom of love. And Dante, full of her immortal love, stayed his drear song, and softly, fondly sang, as though his voice broke with that weight of woe. And to this day we think of Arnaud's rhyme, whenever pity at the labouring heart on fair Francesca's memory drops the rose. Ah, sovereign love, forgive this weaker rhyme. The men of old who sang were great at heart, yet have we too known woe, and worn thy rose. End of poem. Rizzio's Sestina by Algernon Charles Swinburne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Love with shut wings, a little ungrown love, a blind lost love, are lit on my shut heart, as on an unblown rose, an unfledged dove. Feeble the flight as yet, feeble the flower. And I said, show me if sleep or love thou art, or death or sorrow, or some obscurer power. Show me thyself, if thou be some such power, if thou be God or spirit, sorrow or love, that I may praise thee for the thing thou art. And saying, I felt my soul a sudden flower, full-fledged of petals, and thereon a dove, sitting full-feathered, singing at my heart. Yet the song's burden heavier on my heart than a man's burden laid on a child's power. Surely most bitter of all sweet things thou art, and sweetest thou of all things bitter, love. And if a poppy or if a rose thy flower, we know not, nor if thou be kite or dove. But nightingale is none, nor any dove, that sings so long nor is so hot of heart, for love of sorrow or sorrow of any love. Nor all thy pain hath any or all thy power, nor any knows thee if bird or god thou art, or whether a thorn to think thee or whether a flower. But surely will I hold thee a glorious flower, and thy tongue surely sweeter than the dove, muttering in mid-leaves from a fervent heart something divine of some exceeding love, if thou being God out of a great God's power wilt make me also the glad thing thou art. Will no man's mercy show me where thou art, that I may bring thee of all my fruit and flower, that with loud lips and with a molten heart I may sing all thy praises, till the dove, that I desire to have within my power, fly at thy bidding to my bosom, love. Clothed as with power of pinions, O my heart, fly like a dove, and seek one sovereign flower, whose thrall thou art, and sing for love of love. End of poem. Sestina by Algernon Charles Swinburne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I saw my soul at rest upon a day, as a bird sleeping in the nest of night, among soft leaves that give the starlight way to touch its wings but not its eyes with light, so that it knew as one in visions may, and knew not as men waking, of delight. This was the measure of my soul's delight. It had no power of joy to fly by day, nor part in the large lordship of the light, but in a secret moon-beholden way had all its will of dreams and pleasant night, and all the love and life that sleepers may. But such life's triumph as men waking may, it might not have to feed its faint delight between the stars by night and sun by day, shut up with green leaves and a little light, because its way was as a lost star's way, a world's not wholly known of day or night. All loves and dreams, and sounds and gleams of night, made it all music that such minstrels may, and all they had they gave it of delight. But in the full face of the fire of day, what place shall be for any starry light, what part of heaven in all the wide sun's way? Yet the soul woke not, sleeping by the way, watched as a nursling of the large-eyed night, and sought no strength nor knowledge of the day, nor closer touch, conclusive of delight, nor mightier joy, nor truer than dreamers may, nor more of song than they, nor more of light. For who sleeps once and sees the secret light, whereby sleep shows the soul a fairer way between the rise and rest of day and night, shall care no more to fare as all men may, but he his place of pain or of delight, there shall he dwell, beholding night as day. Song, have thy day, and take thy fill of light, before the night be fallen across thy way. Sing while he may, man hath no long delight. End of poem.
The Complaint of Lisa by Algernon Charles Swinburne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Decameron, Day 10, Tale 7. There is no woman living that draws breath so sad as I, though all things sadden her. There is not one upon life's weariest way who is weary, as I am weary, of all but death. Toward whom I look as looks the sunflower, all day with all his whole soul toward the sun, while in the sun's sight I make moan all day, and all night on my sleepless maiden bed weep, and call out on death, O love, and thee, that thou or he would take me to the dead, and know not what thing evil I have done that life should lay such heavy hand on me. Alas, love, what is this thou wouldst with me? What honour shalt thou have to quench my breath, or what shall my heart broken profit thee? O love, O great God-love, what have I done, that thou shouldst hunger so after my death? My heart is harmless as my life's first day. Seek out some false fair woman, and plague her till her tears, even as my tears, fill her bed. I am the least flower in thy flowery way. But till my time be come that I be dead, let me live out my flower time in the sun, though my leaves shut before the sunflower. O love, 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 the kingly sunflower! Shall he the sun hath looked on look on me, that live down here in shade, out of the sun, here living in the sorrow and shadow of death? Shall he that feeds his heart full of the day care to give mine eyes light, or my lips breath? Because she loves him, shall my lord love her, who is as a worm in my lord's kingly way? I shall not see him, or know him alive or dead, but thou, I know thee, O love, and pray to thee that in brief while my brief life days be done, and the worm quickly make my marriage bed. For underground there is no sleepless bed. But here, since I beheld my sunflower, these eyes have slept not, seeing all night and day his sun-like eyes, and face fronting the sun. Wherefore if anywhere be any death, I would fain find and fold him fast to me, that I may sleep with the world's eldest dead, with her that died 7 centuries since, and her that went last night down the night-wandering way. For this is sleep indeed, when labour is done, without love, without dreams, and without breath, and without thought, O name unnamed, of thee. Ah, but, forgetting all things, shall I thee? Wilt thou not be as now about my bed, there underground as here before the sun? Shall not thy vision vex me alive and dead, thy moving vision without form or breath? I read long since the bitter tale of her who read the tale of Launcelot on a day, and died, and had no quiet after death, but was moved ever along a weary way, lost with her love in the underworld. Ah me, O my king, O my lordly sunflower, would God to me too such a thing were done! But if such sweet and bitter things be done, then, flying from life, I shall not fly from thee. For in that living world without a sun, thy vision will lay hold upon me dead, and meet and mock me, and mar my peace in death. Yet if being wroth, God had such pity on her, who was a sinner and foolish in her day, that even in hell they twain should breathe one breath, why should he not in some wise pity me? So if I sleep not in my soft straight bed, I may look up and see my sunflower as he the sun, in some divine, strange way. O poor my heart, well knowest thou in what way this sore, sweet evil unto us was done. For on a holy and a heavy day, I was arisen out of my still small bed to see the knights tilt, and one said to me, "The king," and seeing him, somewhat stopped my breath, and if the girl spake more I heard not her, for only I saw what I shall see when dead, a kingly flower of nights, a sunflower, that shone against the sunlight like the sun, and like a fire, O heart, consuming thee, the fire of love that lights the pyre of death. Howbeit I shall not die an evil death, who have loved in such a sad and sinless way, that this my love, Lord, was no shame to thee. So when mine eyes are shut against the sun, O my soul's sun, O the world's sunflower, thou nor no man will quite despise me dead. And dying, I pray with all my low last breath, that thy whole life may be as was that day, that feast day that made troth plight, death and me, giving the world light of thy great deeds done, and that fair face brightening thy bridal bed, that God be good, as God hath been to her, that all things goodly and glad remain with her, all things that make glad life and goodly death, that as a bee sucks from a sunflower honey, when summer draws delighted breath, her soul may drink of thy soul in like way, and love make life a fruitful marriage bed, where day may bring forth fruits of joy to day, and night to night, till days and nights be dead. And as she gives light of her love to thee, give thou to her the old glory of days long done, and either give some heat of light to me, to warm me where I sleep without the sun. O sunflower, made drunken with the sun, O night, whose lady's heart draws thine to her, great king, glad lover, I have a word to thee. There is a weed lives out of the sun's way, hid from the heat deep in the meadow's bed, that swoons and whitens at the wind's least breath. A flower star-shaped, that all a summer day will gaze her soul out on the sunflower, for very love, till twilight finds her dead. But the great sunflower heeds not her poor death, knows not when all her loving life is done, and so much knows my lord the king of me. Ay, all day long he has no eye for me, with golden eye following the golden sun from rose-coloured to purple-pillowed bed, from birthplace to the flame-lit place of death, from eastern end to western of his way. So mine eye follows thee, my sunflower, so the white starflower turns and yearns to thee, the sick weak weed, not well alive or dead, trod under foot if any pass by her, pale, without colour of summer or summer breath in the shrunk shuddering petals, that have done no work but love, and die before the day. But thou, today, tomorrow, and every day, be glad and great, O love whose love slays me. Thy fervent flower made fruitful from the sun shall drop its golden seed in the world's way, that all men thereof nourished shall praise thee for grain and flower and fruit of works well done, till thy shed seed, O shining sunflower, bring forth such growth of the world's garden bed as like the sun shall outlive age and death. And yet I would thine heart had heed of her, who loves thee alive, but not till she be dead. Come, love, then quickly, and take her utmost breath. Song, speak for me who am dumb as are the dead. From my sad bed of tears I send forth thee, to fly all day from sun's birth to sun's death, down the sun's way after the flying sun, for love of her that gave thee wings and breath ere day be done, to seek the sunflower. End of poem.
Beside the Sea by R. K. Munkittrick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One summer's day I lingered by the sea, and watched the wavelets on the bright beach rise. Above, the blue gulls circled wild and free, and sun-kissed cloud-ships flecked the peaceful skies. Ah, Edith, give your pearly hand to me, and let your laughter drown the ocean's sighs. 'Tis sweet to listen to your tender sighs, and think of lovers sailing o'er the sea, and looking in those orbs which pale the skies. 'Tis sweet to know that both of us are free. Ah, pleasant dreams before my spirit rise. Look at that corpulent woman doused, ah me! Sweet Edith, will you swimming go with me? Or will you waltz? Oh, list, the music sighs, so soft it must charm the clams beneath the sea, as it wings swift unto the charmful skies. That savoury lunch, alas, it isn't free, to fondest thoughts of cash the same gives rise. Oh, see that fellow drenched and dripping rise, and howl and jump, 'twould be the same with me. The 3-card Monty man serenely sighs o'er speculations by the sounding sea. If such as you, sweet, dwell beyond the skies, to confess the skies are heavenly, I am free. Ah, joy! Your father lets you wander free, no vague suspicions in his bosom rise. Ne'er down the front stoop he assisted me, when Zephyr round pale roses shed its sighs. Were I a missionary over the sea, my heart would dwell beneath these very skies. Now vivid lightning leaps across the skies, now the rain pours, to raise your shade you're free. The waves unto the heavens madly rise, this is a nice predicament for me. Thus the average dead broke fellow sighs, when he meets by chance a fair friend by the sea. Au revoir. See, in the distance, clasping fond the skies, rise and bear me where all from care are free. Me Edith bounced. Rare luck, my wallet sighs. End of poem.
A Sestina by H.C. Faulkner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Legend. In New Hampshire, near the banks of the Connecticut River, there is a small pond, very deep, and whose water is of a deep crimson colour. The country adjacent, in the colonial days, was occupied by the Abenaki tribe of Indians, who were driven away by the English settlers. Associated with the pool is the following legend. Beside the rushing stream that vainly tries to woo the banks away, and long has fought with angry floods and unexpected rise to kiss their mossy brows, as if it thought to win its prize by passion, then swift dies and shuns the heights which it so madly sought. Within a whispering wood undoubted sought, you think, by fays and sprites, but when one tries to picture it their home, the fancy dies, for ghostly red, as if souls tortured fought to hide beneath and lave their bleeding thought, there lurks a pool whence mocking shadows rise. From midnight shadows of the pool doth rise an Indian girl, by peeping moonbeams sought, and clad with silver light, as if they thought to make the maid more beautiful. She tries to still her heart, which bleeds as if it fought with some great grief whose memory ne'er dies. The maiden, fairer than the west where dies the day, with plaintive song sings of love's rise and fall. How in the olden time there fought against her tribe a youth so fair, who sought her love. Now changed her song, a captive tries to conquer conqueror with amorous thought. A day he madly loves, but when she thought Elysium was won, his passion dies. Mad with hot love, to win a kiss she tries, low kneeling at his feet, where, ne'er to rise, he kills her, and her heart-blood streaming sought this pool. Lost the fierce battle she had fought. Her traitorous lover sought the pool, and fought with his mad dreams. To cool his fevered thought he drank. Exultant, to the depths she sought to tempt him. Lo, he falls, and struggling dies. Her song is done, and as the sun doth rise, he seeth naught but shadows, though he tries. And to this day, they say, a mortal dies, if faithless to his love, and will ne'er rise, if stooping there, to quench his thirst he tries. End of poem.
Cupid and the Shepherd by Clinton Scollard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One merry morn, when all the earth was bright, and flushed with dewy dawn's encrimsoning ray, a shepherd youth, o'er whose fair face the light of rosy smiles was ever wont to stray, roamed through a level grassy mead, bedight with springtime blossoms, fragrant, fresh, and gay. But now, alas, his mood was far from gay, and musing how the dark world would be bright could he but win his maiden's love, and stray with her for ever, basking in its light, he saw afar, in morn's bright beaming ray, a lissom boy with archer's arms bedight. The boy shot arrows at a tree bedight with red-winged songsters warbling sweet and gay amid the leaves and blossoms blooming bright. He seemed an aimless, wandering waif astray, and so the shepherd caught him, stealing light, while from his eyes he flashed an angry ray. The fair boy pled until a kindly ray shone o'er the shepherd's clouded brow, bedight with clustering locks, and he said, smiling gay, I prithee promise, by thy face so bright, to ne'er again, where'er thou mayest stray, slay the sweet birds that make so glad the light. While yet he spake, from out those eyes a light divine shot forth, before whose glowing ray the shepherd quailed, it was so wondrous bright. Then well he knew 'twas Cupid coy and gay, with all his arts and subtle wiles bedight, and knelt in homage lest the boy should stray. Rise, said the god, and ere thy footsteps stray, know that within her eyes where beamed no light of love for thee, I will implant a ray. She shall be thine, with all her charms bedight. The shepherd kissed love's hand, then bounded gay, to gain his bliss, and all the world was bright. When naught is bright to those that sadly stray, oft times a single ray of Eros' light will make all earth bedight with radiance gay. End of poem.
The Voices of Spring by Elizabeth Akers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Why is it that the voices of the spring, the bluebird's note, the redbreast's mellow call, the sweet, sweet carols which the sparrows sing, the peeping of the frogs at evening's fall, these vague regrets and homesick longings bring to hearts which listen for and love them all? All hearts rejoice when winter goes, and all are glad to welcome back the tardy spring, to hear the woods responding to the call which, rough and blustering, the March winds sing, to mark the shower's blossom-waking fall, and the slight changes which the slow days bring. And yet, the first soft days are sure to bring a tender sadness with their joy, to all. For with the new growth buried memories spring, as once of old at dread enchantment's call the dead arose and spake. How can we sing or smile when tears well up and fain would fall? Even the lark's voice has a mournful fall, his lovely golden breast that seems to bring the sunshine with it, and the warmth, and all that makes and glorifies the gracious spring, is burdened with that long despairing call for one he seeks in vain. How can he sing? We think of strains which hope was wont to sing in youth's sweet Eden land, before the fall did to our souls time's bitter wisdom bring, and hush the angel voices one and all. Yet we remember them, and every spring catch far and faint the echo of their call. Never does summer-time or autumn call the same soft sadness back. The birds may sing, flowers fade, and ripe October's foliage fall, yet not the same strange melancholy bring. It is the saddest season of them all, the weeping, haunted, unforgetful spring. Ah, lovely spring! Though mating bluebirds call, and redbreasts sing, and sparrows song showers fall, thy soft hours bring the same sweet pain to all. End of poem. Sestina by Florence M. Byrne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When from the portals of her paradise sweet Eve went forth, an exile with sad heart, she lingered at the thrice-barred gate in tears, and to the guardian of that Eden fair, as on her cheeks there came and went the rose, She weeping mourned the harshness of her fate. "O angel," cried she, "bitter is the fate that drives me from this fairest paradise, and bids me wear life's rue and not its rose. Give me one flower to lay upon my heart before I wander through far lands less fair, and drown all visions of my past in tears." She ceased, but still flowed fast her silent tears at memory of the waywardness of fate. "Ah," thought she, "young I am, 'tis true and fair, but shall I find another paradise?" Then turning once again with trembling heart, she spake, "O angel, but a rose, one rose!" Within the angel's breast compassion rose at sight of her sad face and falling tears, the while her beauty touched his tender heart, and knowing well the misery of her fate, he gave the flower, a rose of paradise, because she was so very young and fair. And since that time there may be flowers as fair, but they must all yield fealty to the rose, the red, red rose that bloomed in paradise, that Eve in exile watered with her tears, the only blossom in her cheerless fate, the one flower in the desert of her heart. And into every mortal's life and heart there come some time, in cloudy days or fair, it matters not, to bless and light his fate for one short space, the perfume of the rose. And though the after years may bring but tears, that moment's pleasure is of paradise. O wondrous rose of love most passing fair, whate'er our fate in earthly paradise, grant that our tears be dewdrops in thy heart. End of poem. An Island Pine by Elizabeth Cavazza. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Elizabeth Cavazza is the wife of the late Nino Cavazza of Modena, Italy. She is a native of Portland, and has written in verse and prose for the Portland Transcript and Portland Press, and for various magazines and newspapers. Upon the promontory stands a pine, where the last land is steep against the sea, and waters break below, upon the shore. The years pass by as clouds above his head, and tempered by the sun and rain and wind, his lonely strength is lifted to the sky. And not for any changes of the sky, or heat or cold, is changed the constant pine, that sets his leafage hard against the wind, and fed with salt, sharp moisture of the sea, before the hatred of the storm makes head, and stands a sentinel upon the shore. And when the sun-seared grass half clothes the shore, and floating mists melt in the sapphire sky, and birds of the new summer overhead fly to and fro about the ancient pine, and the sun's light is broken on the sea, as the thin waves are crisped before the wind, the pine, not moved by fierce or flattering wind, all day, all night, upon the lonely shore, as from a citadel, looks out to sea, where slender, pointed masts upon the sky, stature and shape of many a kindred pine, come up the bay with banners at their head. And while the crown of leafage on his head is held on high to meet the ocean wind, the mariner will hail the mighty pine, set as a beacon on the extreme shore, and unafraid of darkening of the sky, or sullen murmur of the mutinous sea. Year after year, the pine beside the sea has watched the ships sail past the granite head, and vanish in the distance of the sky, and send no message backward by the wind to him who guards the lonely island shore. Forever at his post, the faithful pine. Some day the pine shall fall into the sea, and on the shore the trees bewail their head, while a great wind makes havoc in the sky. End of poem.
Love's Going by Charles W. Coleman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Love lies a-sleeping. Maidens softly sing, lest he should waken. Pluck the falling rose, a-brushing 'gainst his cheek, her glowing heart oped to the sun's hot kisses. Foolish thing, to list the tale oft told. But summer goes, and all the rose's petals fall apart. Love lies a-sleeping. Let the curtains part, so that the breeze may lightly to him sing a lullaby, the changeful breeze that goes a-whispering through the grass, where'er it rose, where'er it listeth bound, a wilful thing, low murmuring sweets from an inconstant heart. Love lies a-sleeping. Press the pulsing heart that beats against thy bosom, stand apart, and stay thine eager breath, lest anything should mar his rest, the songs that lovers sing, the tale the butterfly tells to the rose, the low wind to the grass, and onward goes. Love lies a-sleeping. Ah, how swiftly goes the sweet delusion he hath taught thy heart. Fair maiden, pressing to thy breast the rose, whose sun-kissed petals sadly fall apart with thy quick breath, that rhyme wouldst hear him sing, which yesterday seemed such a foolish thing? Love lies a-sleeping. Nay, for such a thing, break not his slumber. See how sweetly goes that smile across his lips that will not sing for very wilfulness. Love hath no heart. If he should wake, these red-ripe lips would part in laughter low to see this ravished rose. Love lies a-sleeping, so the full-blown rose falls to the earth a dead unpitied thing. The grasses 'neath the breeze deep sighing part and sway, and as thy warm breath comes and goes, in motion with the red tides of thy heart, the song is hushed which love was wont to sing. Love lies a-sleeping, thus in dreams he goes. Strive not to waken him, but tell thy heart. Love lies a-sleeping, and he may not sing. End of poem. An Explanatory Sestina by Henry Nesgard Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sestina, a sort of bastard rhyme, is but the work of some poor love-sick fool, whose brain was yearning for a way to tell his love for some fair dame who knew him not. But still it lives, a plague to poets all, who try to imitate his measures wild. One tries it, there, he's getting very wild. Ah, no, there really is no lawful rhyme, the metre is the only thing at all. You'll see how mad in truth the lovesick fool, when you succeed. The metre it is not, but what it is very hard to tell. There is a way in which the scheme to tell, that poet drew from out his brain so wild. Your finals first you cannot change, no, not one single one, from your first stanza's rhyme. As where you set them down, that ancient fool has said you must retain them, one and all. The words you keep, their order change, and all the stanzas, there are 6 I ought to tell, have those same 6 to end the lines. Our fool, who tried to make a measure savage wild, says in this order must they go to rhyme. If I am never clear, blame me not. The first word used in stanza first is not the first one in the next, above them all, but stands at second place in this odd rhyme. The second is the fourth, as you can tell. The third is then the 6th. This poem wild begins to sound just like its author, fool. Then take the 4th, a word, my friend, to fool, and put it in 5th place. Its place is not elsewhere. The 5th goes in the 3rd, 'tis wild. The 6th place in the 1st, and that is all. Except l'envoi, I forgot to tell, of 3 lines only, still there's ne'er a rhyme. This is, oh no, not verse that time will tell, is fit to roll all down the ages wild, but still the bad rhyme will outlive the fool. End of poem.
The Stars by Agnes Mary Frances Robinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To J.D. Stars in the sky, fold upon fold of stars, and still beyond the stars those gulfs of air flecked soft and pale with milkier stars beyond, millions of miles above our dusky world, pale stars, whose light down the unplumbed abyss falls, ere it reach us, through 1,000 years. There was a God in the unwritten years, who lit the flaming order of the stars. Let there be light, he said, and lo! The abyss grew live and tremulous with rustling air, grew bright with stars and moons, and each a world shining, a light to other worlds beyond. Oh, were you even as we, bright orbs beyond, who shine and shed your glory all these years, not light, but smoke would fall from every world, smoke, black with human evil, black, oh stars, with his neglect who lit the sparkling air, but left within, unformed and void, the abyss. Oh stars that dance indifferent in the abyss, our earth may seem as bright to you beyond, yourselves, to them that breathe your delicate air, as desolate. Life in the lunar years is long, and the straight rivers of the stars and primal snows divide as drear a world. And men, perchance, as we, in every world fill with their dreams the bright and vast abyss. A Christ has died in vain on all the stars, and each, unhappy, seeks a star beyond where God rewards the dead through endless years. And so we circle, dumb, in the silent air. What shall we find more holy in all the air? Lo, when the first huge incandescent world burst out of chaos, and flamed 1,000,000 years, until, with too much flaming, through the abyss flake after flake dropped off and flamed beyond. That was the God who lit the host of stars. For light, the stars, for breath, the realms of air, for hope beyond this dark and suffering world, naught in the abyss, nor aught in the endless years. End of poem. Pulvis et Umbra by Agnes Mary Frances Robinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Along the crowded streets I walk and think how I, a shadow, pace among the shades, for I and all men seem to me unreal. Foam, that the seas of God which cover all cast on the air a moment, shadows thrown in moving westward by the moon of death. Oh, shall it set at last, that orb of death? May any morning follow? As I think, from one surmise upon another thrown, my very thoughts appear to me as shades, shades, like the prisoning self that bounds them all, shades, like the transient world, and as unreal. But other hours there be when I, unreal, when only I, vague in a conscious death, move through the mass of men unseen by all. I move along their ways, I feel and think, yet am more light than echoes or the shades that hide me from their stronger bodies thrown. And better moments come, when, overthrown all round me, lie the ruins of the unreal and momentary world, as thin as shades, when I alone, triumphant over death, eternal, vast, fill with the thoughts I think, and with my single soul the frame of all. Ah, for a moment could I grasp it all! Ah, could but I, poor wrestler often thrown, once grapple with the truth, oh then, I think, assured of which is living, which unreal, I would not murmur though among the shades my lot were cast, among the shades and death. One thing is true, I said, and that is death. And yet it may be God disproves it all, and death may be a passage from the shades, and films on our beclouded senses thrown, and death may be a step beyond the unreal, towards the thought that answers all, I think. In vain I think. O moon-like thought of death, all is unreal beneath thee, uncertain all, dim moon-ray thrown along a world of shades. End of poem. Personality by Agnes Mary Frances Robinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As one who goes between high garden walls, along a road that never has an end, with still the empty way behind, in front, which he must pace forevermore alone. So, even so, is life to every soul, walled in with barriers which no love can break. And yet, ah me, how often would we break through fence and fold, and overleap the walls, to link ourselves to some beloved soul, hearing her answering voice until the end, going her chosen way, no more alone, but happy comrades, seeing heaven in front. But, ah, the barrier's high, and still my front I dash against the stones in vain, nor break a passage through, but still remain alone. Sometimes I hear across high garden walls a voice the wind brings over, or an end of song that sinks like dew into my soul. Since others sing, let me forget, my soul, how dreary long the road goes on in front, and towards how flat, inevitable, an end. Come, let me look for daisies, let me break the gillyflowers that shelter in the walls. But ah, it is so sad to be alone, forever, irremediably alone, not only I or thou, but every soul, each cased and fastened with invisible walls. Shall we go mad with it, or bear a front of desperate courage doomed to fail and break, or trudge in sullen patience till the end? Ah, hope of every heart, there is an end when each shall be no more alone, but strong enough and bold enough to break this prisoning self, and find that larger soul, neither of thee nor me, enthroned in front of time, beyond the world's remotest walls. I trust the end, I sing within my walls, sing all alone, to bid some listening soul wait till the daybreak, watch for me in front. End of poem. Dorothy by Annie Eliza Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bid the winds speak of me where I have dwelt, bid the stream's voice of all my soul hath felt a thought restore. In twilight land where sleep nor waking is, a mystic world from common life apart, some presence from a fairer world than this seemed to approach and fill with joy my heart, saying, "At thine unspoken wish I come, speak thou for my poor lips so cold and dumb." Ay, for thy sake, my lips shall not be dumb. O fairest face, where such strange beauty is, I welcome thee, bright vision, thou hast come to dwell forever in my soul apart. Do thou but grant unto my waiting heart the grace of one more hour as sweet as this. Smiling, she said, I came to thee for this. No more in lonely silence, cold and dumb, I dwell. My life shall be within thy heart, entwined with thine. Renewed my being is, and thou, no longer shalt thou dwell apart, for at thy lightest bidding I will come. The voices of the waves that go and come, the winds that blow from other shores to this, I knew and loved them, for I dwell apart from the far world. My heart was sad and dumb, and in such solitude no joyance is. From my own sorrow I have read thy heart. As I recall my home, the simple heart of my lost childhood unto me doth come. Here grew the willows, yon the meadow is. My sheltering forest fairer was than this, where glad birds sang. Silent to me, and dumb all happy sounds, from life and love apart. Yon sandy cove, where oft I mused apart, the beach, so dear to childhood's careless heart, still bear my name. Though I am still and dumb, oh, let these speak of me to all who come, no earthly haunt so fair and dear as this. I go, for thee alone mine errand is. O silent heart, where silence only is, here, by the sea, I wait for thee apart, to cheer the gloom of this sad hour. Come. Note: Dorothy, youngest daughter of James Mills, who was one of the earliest inhabitants of Nahant. A cove and beach still bear her name. See Lewis's History of Lynn. End of poem. Thelga and Ethelred by Harrison Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Once on a time there dwelt Seahild, a king, far to the northward, in the icy heart of barren peaks that lift their heads to kiss, all passionless, the sun, their senile love. Rich booty from the merchant seas he won, and with a despot's sceptre ruled the land. She who was famed as fairest in the land was Princess Thelga, daughter of the king, prized by him more than all the spoils he won. Gentle and proud, till Ethelred came, her heart had never felt the stir of nestled love, her lips ne'er known the spasm of love's kiss. And old Seahild had sworn that such a kiss, by all the treasures of the sea or land, should never consecrate his daughter's love for any suitor, save the blustering king who ruled the realm adjoining, and whose heart chaste Thelga all unwillingly had won. Hers Ethelred, young and powerless, had won, unnoted by Seahild, until a kiss the tyrant caught him stealing. Then his heart o'erran with rage, that one with goods nor land should dare to woo the daughter of a king, and balk a brother monarch of his love. "Now, by my ships," he stormed, "thou say'st thy love by this unfilial damsel has been won. I'll prove you then. If you can tell your king of aught, ha, that's sweeter than the kiss you gave her, dowered with goods and land, her hand is yours, as is, she thinks, her heart. I can." And Thelga pressed her angered heart as Ethelred spoke. "Then," roared the king, Your love is false, if aught's more sweet, in all the land. Nay, Ethelred said, I claim that I have won. Sweeter than that I gave her was the kiss she gave to me. I yield, confessed the king. Ah, happy heart! The royal largesse won of voluntary love in its one kiss is more than sea or land can give a king. End of poem. The Birthday by Richard Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. December 19th, 1861. Slow moves the vast procession of the days, some black as night, or lit with gladsome sun, well by the eye a voyager discerned cast backward through long avenues of time, most in dim retrospect not more divined than one mid myriad blades in distant fields. Yet mid dim crowds amassed in distant fields, some day mid myriad inconspicuous days commingled now, ere long to be divined, with gifts deep sunken as the nadir's sun, hath peradventure, parting, trusted time to cherish till their hour to be discerned. Day of dear promise not by me discerned, why cam'st thou bound amid the wintry fields, to briefest span of sun-illumined time, who longest, as most loved, shouldst be of days? Haply by summer's scent and song and sun, the blessing thou didst bear had been divined. Oh, had heart's instinct imminent divined, or eyes' irradiating glance discerned, as spire or column, smit by shaft of sun, flashes from far across the ample fields, fair hadst thou sparkled mid uncheerful days, a diadem of light for wintry time. But thou hast wended where the abyss of time stores the dead hours, not more by me divined than any of the drear, unfruitful days, till came thy child, and I in her discerned light as of starry flowers in heavenly fields, in thee a light excelling summer's sun. Child of mine, too, by whom December's sun quenches refulgent orbs of summer time, and hides with roses all the wintry fields. The past hath held thee as a hope divined, the present clasps thee as a bliss discerned, by thee the future gilds her promised days. Days by the dawn of an immortal sun discerned, by ecstasy transcending time divined, while yet I walk these earthly fields. End of poem. Fra Filippo Lippi and the Nun by Mary Anna Buck Evans. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Prato's convent once there dwelt a nun, Lucrezia Buti, wondrous fair and sweet to look upon, so full of heavenly love, that almost would one think she had begun already that strange life beyond, complete, which here the wisest crave, in realms above. Thus, when a painting new to hang above the convent altar needed, this calm nun was chosen, that her beauty might complete the picture of the noble, lovely, sweet Madonna that Fra Lippi had begun, a man with both his church and art in love. A painter monk, Fra Lippi, and in love with bright and noble dreams, far, far above his thoughts, when first his painting was begun. But as he gazed upon the beauteous nun, unconsciously her face and form so sweet his heart thrilled, ere his work he could complete. He knew it was not right thus to complete his task. He knew a baser, mortal love would spoil the expression, chaste, unearthly, sweet, that look as if of light from heaven above, which beamed upon the fair and fragile nun, the look he strove to catch, and had begun. Alas that they had met, or life begun! A look, a kiss, their ruin was complete. From out the convent walls the faithless nun stole softly, and away with him, her love, nor cast one thought to those grey walls above, but hastened on to love eternal, sweet. And did it last? Ah, no! Its bitter sweet commenced ere her new life had scarce begun. Too soon he wearied of that look above, beyond, which once to him seemed so complete. But while he toyed with newer, fresher love, her friend's swift poison venged the forsaken nun. A picture spoiled, a sweet life-wreck complete, thus rings the song, begun in hope and love, above Filippo Lippi and the nun. End of poem. An Incident in the Crusades by Mary Anna Buck Evans. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fierce blazed high noon o'er the crusading host, and, in his tent, borne down by summer's sun, lay Edward, Prince of England, strongest hope of lords and commons, for he best had learned those lessons of self-government long taught by Simon Montfort, Magna Carta's friend. And as he slept, there came, in guise of friend, with message from the Saracenic host, a low-born churl, whom his religion taught foul deeds could be accomplished 'neath the sun, yet honour could be kept, if rightly learned. A vast reward his sole excuse or hope. So, bowing low to Edward, in the hope to make him think he truly was a friend, he gave his letter. Edward should have learned to dread each action of the heathen host. For, reading this, and turning toward the sun, the ruffian sprang upon him, duly taught. "Help, help for Edward!" loud the cry, but taught with surer skill, the monarch placed his hope in his own strong right arm. The blazing sun showed where to strike, and proved his trusty friend. One less was numbered in the hostile host. One more the strength of Edward's arm had learned. Alas! Sad news by him must soon be learned. The assassin's steel had touched him, and, long taught, he knew the poison used by that wild host, and that it meant swift death beyond all hope. Adieu to life, to home and wife and friend, no more for him should rise tomorrow's sun. Then Eleanor, the truest wife the sun e'er shone upon, came with a secret learned long since from one who fain would be her friend. She threw herself beside her lord, and taught her lips to draw the poison out, and hope, with life, returned to Edward and his host. Ah, where the host, beneath whatever sun, with braver tale of wifely hope, thus learned? Hail, Eleanor! Love taught the king's best friend. End of poem. Drake and the Ransom of San Domingo, 1585, by Mary Anna Buck Evans. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bring forth your treasures, quoth the sailor bold, for England needs them all, and in her cause I stand today. No Spaniard shall escape from paying tribute, which is fairly due to English prowess on the swelling sea, as on the lands that know her mighty force. But though determined to resort to force if needful, yet I am not overbold. No wild and harsh freebooter of the sea am I, and if you recognize the cause is just, and give us what indeed is due to conquerors, I swear you shall escape. The magistrates considered this escape, well knowing all the violence and force which could be brought to bear, as justly due to any one who dared to be so bold as e'en to question by what right or cause came this demand from rovers of the sea. They waited, hoping that across the sea might come from Spain some chance of their escape, some partial help, to aid them in their cause. But nothing came, and in despair, the force of vengeance was the only thought these bold and hardy Spaniards felt their right and due. And so they took the messenger then due, sent under flag of truce, which from the sea demanded toll, and struck and killed the bold and daring lad, who could not then escape. Ah, bitterly they rued this act of force, and sadly did it work against their cause. For Drake slew many Spaniards for this cause, and felt that fearful ransom was his due, when finally they yielded to his force and paid a mighty sum, which o'er the sea was carried to Queen Bess. Yet their escape from further ills they owed to Drake, the bold. The world still calls him bold, commends his cause, lets him escape all blame. Such was the due of rovers of the sea, who ruled by force. End of poem. The Things I Love by John Lawrence Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In springtime mild I love to catch the gleam of sundarts, wakening brooks from wintry sleep, and loiter where the purling waters glide, where balmy airs with flowers' perfumeries blend, the time that birds sing sweet in mutual love, and emerald earth with promise large doth bless. To wander through the woodland dank, to bless the charms that thrall me, watch the sunfish gleam in smiling pools, the robins making love, the whippoorwill and owl disturb their sleep. The murmuring hum of bees, harmonious blend with my own thought, into my being glide. At twilight's pensive hour, how sweet to glide beyond the carking cares of day, and bless this time in which my past and present blend, that wonder-working hour we watch the gleam of other worlds, and ask, do people love and dream in those, and wake from endless sleep? The pleasures of my books, e'en in my sleep I con again the classic tomes, which glide like essence rare into my soul, like love, sage Homer, Dante mild, Petrarch to bless, Shakespeare sublime and Milton grand, the gleam of Arthur's knights with Tennysonian splendors blend. And music sweet, whose modest measures blend with pensive thought, and lull the babe to sleep in arms maternal, and then to note the gleam o'er the devoted mother's features, glide unto the cherub that has come to bless our lives, and bind our hearts in fervent love. With her to whom my heart is linked in love, what joy I find! With sweet communings blend our hearts, and fill our lives with joys that bless. A quiet, tranquil life with restful sleep is ours. Thus down life's stream we hopeful glide, until the portal's past where joys supernal gleam. These are the joys I love, and dream in sleep of hopes that blend with holy thoughts, and glide to realms where God doth bless with crowns that gleam. End of poem. Sestina by Timothy Barrett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The apple blossoms were falling again. We were lingering in the orchard sweet, filled with the quickening odor of rain, with the clover low bending under our feet, and the faint low hush of a night of pain crept through the orchard where seasons meet. For we stood together in the springtime sweet, after the fall of the winter rain, the day that was passing with winged feet had merged in a night of sleepless pain that comes with the parting when lovers meet, never to meet in the May again. Still the blossoms were falling like whitened rain, and clung to the clover that twined our feet, the word low spoken and whispered again, the love tale broken by kisses sweet. Ah, never a thought of the perilous pain, the seas that madden, the seas that meet. The years that have fled have worn my feet, and the apple blossoms are falling again in the same old fashion when seasons meet, and I hear the song of the rain sung in the leaves of the clover sweet, in a season of sorrow and pain. The wet waste weather of winter and pain is lost in the march of eternity's feet, only to come with the desolate rain when the dawn and the sunset meet. So the clover is bending and singing again, and the blossoms are blooming and sweet. Here will I linger, but never will meet my lost love waiting in pleasure and pain, till the clover has faded beneath my feet, till the golden apples have fallen again, till the tired eyes close in the midnight sweet that leaves her sleeping beneath the rain. Oh, seas that madden with perilous pain, white be thy waters with blossoms sweet, I sail to my tryst again. End of poem.
Sestina of the Tramp Royal, 1896, by Rudyard Kipling. Speaking in general, I have tried 'em all, the happy roads that take you o'er the world. Speaking in general, I have found them good for such as cannot use one bed too long, but must get hence, the same as I have done, and go observing matters till they die. What do it matter where or how we die, so long as we've our health to watch it all? The different ways that different things are done, and men and women loving in this world, taking our chances as they come along, and when they ain't, pretending they are good. In cash or credit? No, it aren't no good. You have to have the habit or you'd die, unless you lived your life but one day long, nor didn't prophesy nor fret at all, but drew your tucker somehow from the world, and never bothered what you might have done. But Gord, what things are they I haven't done? I've turned my hand to most, and turned it good, in various situations round the world, for him that doth not work must surely die. But that's no reason man should labour all his life on one same shift. Life's none so long. Therefore from job to job I've moved along. Pay couldn't hold me when my time was done, for something in my head upset me all, till I had dropped whatever 'twas for good, and out to sea beheld the dock lights die, and met my mate, the wind that tramps the world. It's like a book, I think, this bloomin' world, which you can read and care for just so long, but presently you feel that you will die unless you get the page you're reading done, and turn another, likely not so good, but what you're after is to turn 'em all. God bless this world, whatever she hath done, except when awful long, I've found it good, so right before I die, he liked it all. End of poem.
Sestina of the Red Heart and White World by John William Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My songs have breathed the music oft of love, and oft intoned a lyric for the free, and often chanted nature and her charm. But now I sing the red heart's purpose great, and sing the white world that this shall become, when men count manhood more than things that serve. When men count manhood more than things that serve, we shall not need, I trow, to speak of love. For, certes, to fit souls sweet love shall come in nature's course, when first the way is free. But most of all to those whose thoughts are great, and least to jealous ones who prison charm. Monopoly of land and love and charm, and lust of power unpaid to make men serve. These are the things which are not truly great, and yet this dark world yields them all its love, and mocks at those who prophesy the free, and says, 'neath heaven, the white things cannot come. Yet when the red heart beats, shall surely come the white world with its peace and health and charm, its comrades working side by side, yet free, each other serving, yet unforced to serve, its daily life a garden wherein love blooms large, and each man's genius ripens great. When each man's selfhood grows to ripeness great, root-based in nature, whence all ripe things come, its bud and fruiting, aye the genius love of perfect skill in dainty feats that charm, and true success in sterner works that serve, art shall be all delightful, being free. I see my song return to all things free, it finds no other theme so truly great. Nature alone, in freedom, may I serve. It shall be so with all when white days come, wherein no deed of mastership may charm, nor coldness check the red heart's crimson love. Comrades, be free, and then the white shall come, life's commonplace grow great and rich in charm, and all hearts red to serve with human love. End of poem.
Sestina by Charles Camp Torelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As in the stately march of Arnaud's song, through line on line the same repeated words run through their changing order and return, so from the darkness and the silence cast on unknown shores we pass through shifting scenes back to the dark and silent world of death. Trembling upon the verge of life and death, an inarticulate wail begins our song. We learn to love the soon familiar scenes, to smile upon and greet with stammering words the tender souls with whom our lot is cast, the sights that come and vanish and return. The seasons in their sure and swift return conduct us on the road whose end is death, and sun and shadow on our way are cast. Love, laughter, tears and joy and dance and song give changing matter to our changing words, and faces new surround us and new scenes. Yet, though we change our fortunes and our scenes, the same delights and the same cares return, and still our deepest thoughts and lightest words harp on the same deep themes of life and death, and the same notes are heard in all our song, in changing sequence and new measures cast. And as we move, a wistful look we cast on the dear faces and the cherished scenes, that soon no more shall listen to our song, that soon shall vanish never to return. And more the solemn thought of death broods on our heart and lingers in our words. Ah, impotent and vain are all our words. The day must come for us to be outcast and banished in the final doom of death. And though, amid the old, unchanging scenes, still the same sights and sounds endless return, yet do we love this life that fills our song. No less the song must cease in trembling words, when we return to silence or are cast among new scenes beyond the blank of death. End of poem. Sestina, The Higher Skepticism by Charles Camp Torelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With stumbling feet under dark skies of doubt, I labour in the rugged way of truth, cheered only by bright dreams that are but dreams, and brief rays from the clouded moon of faith, and pressing to my heart the lamp of love, that haply I may reach the feet of God. Or might I look upon the face of God with glad eyes unafraid, undimmed by doubt, and drink deep potions of immortal love, and see the perfect lineaments of truth? Might I but win again my childish faith, and lull my thoughts asleep with pleasant dreams. How happy was I when I lived in dreams, and dreaming grasped the outstretched hand of God, unquestioning, unwavering in my faith, and knowing not the dreaded name of doubt, unvexed by thoughts of what and where is truth, nor fearing death might be the end of love. Now, even in the tender joy of love, I tremble, chased and held by hovering dreams that point me to a skull and call it truth, and to a wild world blank and bare of God, holding no answer to my weary doubt, no light, no warmth to feed my sinking faith. With longing eyes I see the simple faith, the life of common cares and kindly love, of gentle souls unharassed by black doubt. Oh, might I share their hope and dream their dreams, and kneel with them and pray to the dear God, and know the comfort of their word of truth. But no, to try all paths in quest of truth, not dwelling in walled creeds, to hold no faith save what my own clear spirit draws from God, to wear no fetters but the bonds of love, no way but this to scatter evil dreams, and ride with hope upon the waves of doubt. For surely doubt is but the sword of truth, fatal to dreams, the guard of manly faith, the test of love, and what is love but God? End of poem. Sestina, The Adventurers by Charles Camp Torelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hoist every sail, on into the deep where many voices call, caressing voices singing round our bark, stern voices of the thunder and the storm, strange voices whispering secret words of God, far o'er the seas from some remoter shore. The timorous friends who watch us from the shore would daunt us with the perils of the deep. Tempt not, they cry, the dreadful hand of God. Stay, stay with us, the well-loved voices call. Ah, see ye not the gathering of the storm, that waits to tear and rend your staggering bark? Light in the breeze, with swelling sails, our bark bounds with the waves that bear her from the shore. Our hearts are bold to meet the fiercest storm, and glad to ride the vast, long-heaving deep, bright in the sun. We need no hindering call, free of the wide, untravelled realm of God. Within our valiant breasts the voice of God sounds grave and sweet, and all about our bark the gleaming waves, the broad-winged birds that call, the breaking surge upon the distant shore, and all the murmur of the moving deep seem voices of the power that rules the storm. Now comes the night, and with the night the storm, blots from the lonely sky the stars of God, and wakes the slumbering fury of the deep. Horror and death ride black above our bark, no lights are seen from any friendly shore, no help is near to answer to our call. But ever following some far-heard call, fearless and swift we sail in sun and storm, through unknown seas, on many a strange new shore we touch but stay not, dwelling still with God, in no walled town, but in our tight-built bark, floating secure upon the floating deep. Across the deep mysterious voices call, and when our bark shall pass beyond the storm, it may be God will greet us from the shore. End of poem.
To the Forest by Eugene Lee Hamilton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. O forest, dim, mysterious, rustling forest, the shelter of uncounted generations, where life and death war ever, each triumphant, the sun above, and underneath the twilight, wherein is wrought the alchemy of seasons, the dream, the song, the cruelty of nature. Where be the unremembered generations that once were men, with pulses strong, triumphant, but now are ghosts, conceived but in the twilight, who trod these woods, each for its few short seasons, singing its hymn to God or gods of nature, and dropping like the leaves that strew the forest? Lo, here art never came, to stand triumphant, to tell us of dead nations lost in twilight, and teach their ended story of a season, but in its wild monotonous life of nature, like ocean the unchangeable, the forest outlives, forgets, and hides the generations. I love to watch thee in the leafy twilight, working in silent patience at the seasons, with unseen, unheard forces, old in nature, or hear the living harp, O lyric forest, with which thou hast enchanted generations, in tones now weird, now joyous and triumphant. The winds sweep by, blind servants of the seasons, caressing all the lightest things in nature, the heathers, ferns, and harebells of the forest, felling the oak, the pride of generations, the monarch that defied the years, triumphant, and sheltered its dumb children in the twilight. Oh, there is nothing in eternal nature, save ocean, half so thrilling as the forest, so full of charm to fleeting generations, outliving life, outliving death, triumphant, ineffable in sunshine and in twilight, inscrutable in all its wondrous seasons. So fill the forest, dreams of generations. Come, mystery triumphant, born of twilight, and pleasure that pain seasons through all nature. End of poem. Homes by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We are the smiling, comfortable homes with happy families enthroned therein, where baby souls are brought to meet the world, where women end their duties and desires, for which men labor as the goal of life, that people worship now instead of God. Do we not teach the child to worship God, whose soul's young range is bounded by the homes of those he loves, and where he learns that life is all constrained to serve the wants therein, domestic needs and personal desires, these are the early limits of his world. And are we not the woman's perfect world, prescribed by nature and ordained of God, beyond which she can have no right desires, no need for service other than in homes? For doth she not bring up her young therein, and is not rearing young the end of life? And man, what other need hath he in life than to go forth and labour in the world, and struggle sore with other men therein? Not to serve other men, nor yet his God, but to maintain these comfortable homes, the end of all a normal man's desires. Shall not the soul's most measureless desires learn that the very flower and fruit of life lies all attained in comfortable homes, with which life's purpose is to dot the world and consummate the utmost will of God, by sitting down to eat and drink therein? Yea, in the processes that work therein, fulfilment of our natural desires? Surely man finds the proof that mighty God for to maintain and reproduce his life created him and set him in the world, and this high end is best attained in homes. Are we not homes, and is not all therein? Wring dry the world to meet our wide desires, we crown all life, we are the aim of God. End of poem. The Bawling World by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Be not impatient with the bawling world, the clatter of wild newsmongers, the cry of those in pulpits, the incessant speech from many platforms, and the various prayers of tale-tellers, all striving for our ears, and poets that wail and gibber, they have cause. For all this noise there is a natural cause, most natural of all that move the world, the one that first assails a mother's ears, when loud a lusty infant learns to cry. An inarticulate, insistent prayer, but serving that first need as well as speech. Reason and love combine to give us speech, but this loud outcry has a simpler cause, the same that prompts the roaming jackal's prayer and fills the forests of the untamed world with one long, jarring, hungry, piteous cry, such cry as still attacks our weary ears. We long for human music in our ears, for the clear joy of well-considered speech, and the true poet's soul-uplifting cry to lead us forward, striving for the cause of liberty and light for all the world, and hear but this confused, insensate prayer. Vainly we seek to fly this ceaseless prayer, to find some silent spot to stop our ears. There is no place in all the groaning world where we can live apart from human speech, and we, while speech is governed by this cause, are infants with no language but a cry. It is for food that all live creatures cry, for food the sparrows or the lion's prayer, and need of food is the continuing cause of all this deafening tumult in our ears. Had we our food secure, then human speech might make mild music, and a wiser world. Poor hungry world, no wonder that you cry, elaborate speech reduced to primal prayer. To save our ears, let us remove the cause. End of poem. A Dream of Gold by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This is a nonsense sestina done in alternate lines by C.P.G. and a friend M.A.L., and quite too good to be lost. He sat alone, encumbered with his gold, alone beside the border of the lake, and far across the water's shimmering bed he saw a lady in a little boat, a lady lovely as a summer dream, dreamed in the depths of mild, full-mooned night. The lady waited till the middle night, for she had fell designs upon his gold, and meant to linger till he fell to dream, sleeping beside the border of the lake, and then she planned to leave the little boat and roll him down into a watery bed. Little she recked of how that beauteous bed would claim her too, while the unhappy knight looked down to see the drifting oarless boat, the drifting moonlight on the piles of gold, the drifting shadows on the level lake, and all as vague and silent as a dream. Soft stole she to him, noiseless as a dream, but he rose up upon his glittering bed, and sat there like a lily on a lake, and asked her if she'd like to spend the night in sitting there by him to count his gold, better than floating broadcast in a boat. She answered him that she preferred the boat, and begged him not to interrupt her dream, stating that she had only thought of gold when tossing wearily upon her bed in indigestive watches of the night, there in her lonely bower beside the lake. But he maintained she ought to like the lake, and softly beckoned her into the boat, and drowned her in the middle of the night, and then returned to dimly drowse and dream, there on the margin in his shining bed, all lit and glimmering with plenteous gold. Sweet is much gold, and sweet a lovely lake, better a lady in her bed than boat, and the best dreams are those that fly by night. End of poem. Sestina by Annie Lake Townsend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Back, salt and bitter fountain of my tears, thou Mara in the desert of my heart. Hast thou slept, sealed and bound these many years, now into passionate flood tide to start? Now, when the hour of restfulness appears? Now, when fair love has bid all care depart? Once into exile, me fate bade depart, unblessed I fared, incapable of tears. Still, in sleep, broken by convulsive start, I live in dreams again those weary years. Though from those bitter days that racked my heart, no shadow now upon my calm appears. Today the current of my life appears smooth as a summer-wasted brook. Depart full lightly, down time's sunny slope the years, yet, for slightest cause my wayward heart burns and brims over with these torturing tears, the lax chords into strange vibrations start. I urge my mind's swift coursers to the start, perversely, bitterly beloved, appears ambition's thong, cutting the wretched heart. The race begins, the blinding mist of tears would dim the goal. The chariot wheels depart. Hail to the future, farewell vanished years. But stronger than oblivion stand the years on whose gold background at a word will start the stately face where that strong love appears that kept me like a fortress. I depart down life's wild road, but deeper than all tears that love throbs living in my stormy heart. And but for that I would have slain thee, heart. No helper thou to these my working years. The grasp, the poise, the force of thought depart when thine inexorable claim appears. An iron nerve shall yet control thy start, and a sealed stone the fountain of my tears. Sad source of tears, the weakness of my heart at this new start, where all so vague appears, with the lost years I bid thee hence depart. End of poem. In the Autumn Woods by Charles Edward Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When the sun, low down, looks red and round across the dreaming autumn haze, and brown leaves tinkle along the ground, and brown birds pipe in the forest ways, wind-dulled seems every common sound to a far-off sense of lost summer days. Then the nights are as lovely as the days, if chance the moon be full and round, and stainless shines through deserted ways where the boughs are traced on the leaf-strewn ground, and the winds have cleared the hovering haze, scarcely moving without a sound. And here is music, but never a sound, the voiceless requiem of perished days and of life that is finished it's destined round, in the sad-hued trees, in the lonely ways, sighing and mourning above the ground, wrapped in their mantles of dreaming haze. For the strangest tints has this marvellous haze, colours that seem but the echoes of sound, tunes and chords in wonderful ways, as slowly it drifts the great hill around, red as the songs of summer days, purple as strains of the autumn ground. Sometimes it lies lovingly, close to the ground, this lingering lover, the tinted haze, till a stray breeze scatters it round and round, or the noontide frights it up valley ways, where it hushes the lisp of the thin brook's sound with a chilling whisper of frost-bound days. Ah, slow is the march of the nights and days, crimson or gold on the yellow ground, and yet, too soon, all the tender haze dies when the bugles of winter sound. Hark! From the depths of the hilltop ways ring the first notes of his choral round. Hence, lady, hark! Round the shadowy ways, through the autumn haze, on the mournful ground, the dead leaves sound but of vanished days. End of poem.
Sestina by Post Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In every day the sunshine of her eyes, in every night the darkness of her hair. I see her when the morning comes in fire, when the slow eve falls over my desire, and the long dark that empties out my sighs. In every day the sunshine of her eyes. In every night the darkness of her hair, in every moon the glory of her smile. I know no time, no happening, no place, no sleep, no waking, save but by her face. Nor any thought at all but she is there, in every night the darkness of her hair. In every moon the glory of her smile, in every leaf the whisper of her feet. Oh, life could hold no other joy than this, to know the prison of her arms and kiss, that I have wanted all this weary while, in every moon the glory of her smile. In every leaf the whisper of her feet, day's brightness and night's shadow and moon's smile, all intimate of her. Dear death, how still the world is when it's empty, 'neath the hill that little stone, and how my pulses beat, in every leaf the whisper of her feet. End of poem. Sestina of Youth and Age by Gelett Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My father died when I was all too young, and he too old, too crowded with his care, for me to know he knew my hot fierce hopes. Youth sees wide chasms between itself and age. How could I think he, too, had lived my life? My dreams were all of war, and his of rest. And so he sleeps, please God, at last at rest, and it may be with soul refreshed, more young than when he left me, for that other life. Free for a while at least from that old care, the hard relentless torturer of his age, that cooled his youth and bridled all his hopes. For now I know he had the longing hopes, the wild desires of youth, and all the rest of my ambitions ere he came to age. He too was bold when he was free and young. Had I but known that he could feel and care! How could I know the secret of his life? In my own youth I see his early life, so reckless and so full of flaming hopes. I see him jubilant, without a care, the days too short and grudging time for rest. He knew the wild delight of being young. Shall I too know the calmer joys of age? His words come back to mind me of that age when lovingly he watched my broadening life, and dreaming of the days when he was young, smiled at my joys, and shared my fears and hopes. His words still live, for in my heart they rest, too few not to be kept with jealous care. Ah, little did I know how he could care, that in my youth lay joys to comfort age. Not in this world for him was granted rest, but as he lived in me a happier life, he prayed more earnestly to win my hopes than ever for his own, when he was young. Envoy. He once was young, I too must fight with care. He knew my hopes, and I must share his age. God grant my life be worthy, too, of rest. End of poem.
New Hope by Charles F. Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. December comes with bitter blast, the cruel, ruthless winter wind, and all sweet summer's bloom is past. But summer's hope will ever last, although the icy shroud may bind the earth, whose heart it cannot find. After the snows the sun will find, and quicken seeds cold cannot blast. The life that earth's deep heart doth bind is stronger than the northern wind, through changing years unchanged at last, till springs and winters all are past. What though the autumn days are past? The future hours will surely find the next year better than the last. The summer's breath succeeds the blast of icy winter's arctic wind, nor suffers long the frost to bind earth's pulsing life. No frost can bind with feeble fetters of the past the springtime's re-inspiring wind. The bud, the flower, the fruit will find, when hushed is loud December's blast. The fiercest winter cannot last, but, buried by the hours at last, will be fordone. The wreaths which bind spring's robes are stirred by no rude blast. The zephyr's breath which overpast leaves no leaf torn, will never find the cold caress of winter wind. So in the bracing winter wind, harsh while its icy rigours last, by faith the summer's air we find. And, though December's frost may bind December's world, it soon is past, and we forget the winter's blast. Blow then, O blast of polar wind, in days soon past, chill while they last, and black frosts bind, new hope we find. End of poem. Sestina by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I wandered o'er the vast green plains of youth, and searched for pleasure. On a distant height Fame's silhouette stood sharp against the skies. Beyond vast crowds that thronged a broad highway, I caught the glimmer of a golden goal, while from a blooming bower smiled Siren Love. Straight gazing in her eyes, I laughed at love with all the haughty insolence of youth, as past her bower I strode to seek my goal. Now will I climb to glory's dizzy height, I said, for there above the common way doth pleasure dwell, companioned by the skies. But when I reached that summit near the skies, so far from man I seemed, so far from love. Not here, I cried, doth pleasure find her way. Seen from the distant borderland of youth, Fame smiles upon us from her sun-kissed height, but frowns in shadows when we reach the goal. Then were mine eyes fixed on that glittering goal, dear to all sense, sunk souls beneath the skies. Gold tempts the artist from the lofty height, gold lures the maiden from the arms of love, gold buys the fresh, ingenuous heart of youth, and gold, I said, will show me pleasure's way. But ah! the soil and discord of that way, where savage hordes rushed headlong to the goal, dead to the best impulses of their youth, blind to the azure beauty of the skies, dulled to the voice of conscience and of love, they wandered far from truth's eternal height. Then truth spoke to me from that noble height, saying, "Thou didst pass pleasure on the way, she with the yearning eyes so full of love, whom thou disdained to seek for glory's goal. Two blending paths beneath God's arching skies lead straight to pleasure. Ah, blind heart of youth, not up fame's height, not toward the base God's goal, doth pleasure make her way, but 'neath calm skies, where duty walks with love in endless youth." End of poem. Rebel Chimes by R. Dean Foster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Suggested by the ringing of the chimes in St. Martin's in Fields. A.F. Go, soothing slumber, flushed with rest I wake to know the ravishment of rebel rhymes, and by your leave the liberty I take, as hitherto my joy a score of times, to note the melody these brass tongues make, when in the glory of their wildest chimes. Sestina, by your grace my point I'll make. Your very form is brimming rich with chimes, alluring me to follow in your wake, and dance at your behest at divers times. Such ragged, rugged, zigzag roads you take, while scattering your crazy rebel rhymes. O fragrant tune, rare heritage of rhymes! The kind these rebel 6-line stanzas make. I grasp the bell rope, presto! Hear the chimes, soft, laughing, tripping melody they make. Ring out, ye slaves, ring out a billion times, and music from the soul of chaos take. To yield ecstatic melody you take a complement of luscious, stirring rhymes. Now in the pathless realm of panic, wake the slumbering tongues of Pan's Arcadian chimes, and these you mingle deftly till you make the sprites go drunk with melody by times. The art that most intoxicates by times, and of its slaves advantage strives to take, is music, that rides the untamed rhymes, yet may be tamed, and it were ours to make and harness it with rare, transporting chimes, whose brazen throats the bliss of passion wake. Old dead world, wake in rapture, laugh by times, repeat your rhymes and bolder measure take, keen joy to make. Ring out, ye rebel chimes. End of poem. Sestina by Victor Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I rested in the shadow of a dream, and idly watched the ebb and flow of thought. I sat in some half-conscious shadow land, where gleams of hidden things flit through the mind. I saw the dawn of mirth, the end of woe, and revelled in the fond delights of love. And there, amid the ecstasy of love, I wandered slowly down the banks of dream, those banks that shadows never shade with woe, and o'er whose paths no mean or selfish thought e'er goes on servile errands to the mind, for love endures no baseness in that land. And then I journeyed over sea and land, but never saw I aught so sweet as love. Philosophies, the children of the mind, seemed but the idle nothings of a dream, vain spectres of some dark malignant thought, fit messengers for misery and woe. Wherever love was not, there saw I woe, and fled in fear, as from a hostile land, for well I knew that some malicious thought would strive to lead me from the ways of love, and try to cast me in some dungeoned dream, where madness wreaks its tortures on the mind. But love I knew ne'er wrought upon the mind, save to dispel the wretched thoughts of woe, or else to weave life's pathway like a dream that winds its way to some sweet fairy land, where every heart proclaims the rule of love, and there forgets the vagaries of thought. Yes, I now knew that what man termed as thought was heresy, born of unloving mind, for I had sensed the unseen soul of love, and seen its grand triumphal over woe. I knew that love was lord of every land, the wizard weaver of each noble dream. O love, defend my waking hours from woe, and lead my stumbling feet unto that land where your sweet labours realize my dream. End of poem. Sestina, A Song in Winter by W. M. James. Alpha, Lambda, and Lambda. In years gone by, when garland-laden spring, with many a petal wrought of fragrant snow, Provence's orchards clad, did Arnaud sing in that strange rhyme he wrought so long ago, of love, and lovers' lips that ever cling, whereby his lady his true love might know. And though my rhyme be faltering, this I know, that I may live again a bygone spring, and all the memories of long ago in song, the while of thee, dear heart, I sing. When winter reigns in royal garb of snow, and field and stream in his embraces cling, and yet the tendrils of the ivy cling around that old dial we used to know, which in a far vanished Arcadian spring the sunny hours counted long ago. Dial and ivy and this song I sing remain, all else is quiet 'neath the snow. O'er all the garden lies the winter snow, the trellised arbours where dead rose vines cling are bleak and bare, and never may I know again in them the tender touch of spring. Their roses are all withered long ago, and only of a memory may I sing. In truth, it seems but little worth to sing, when thou art sleeping under this white snow, never again to hear the voice of spring, never again her scented air to know. Yet in this rhyme of Arnaud I may cling to a dead love, and dream of long ago. And so of thee, and of the long ago, when all the world was fair, awhile I sing, nor heed without the weary waste of snow, but only to thy fair dream presence cling. Ah, sweet it is once more in dreams to know that thou art with me, as of old in spring. Princess of spring, who reigned so long ago, the snow of winter falls, but while I sing of memories that cling, no death I know. End of poem. Midsummer's Eve by Stanley Matthews Cleveland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Slowly the falling of the summer's night has left but darkness, where the golden flow of sunlit rapids filled the air with light. Where rustling in the wind the willows blow, there shows but sombre blackness to the sight, and e'en the darkness darker seems to grow. Where round about some sheltered pool there grow great stately pines as warders of the night, adown the fragrant aisles there seem to flow soft streams of music, pulsing in the light from faint far trumpets that the breezes blow in sea-girt caves, aye, hidden from the sight. The moon comes straying, bringing into sight the rounded columns, whose faint outlines grow to mystic forms, imaginings of night, and mid their shapes strange elfin dancers flow, swaying and bending, swirling in the light to witching strains that fairy trumpets blow. Hither and thither through the dance they blow, as light is down that blows across the sight where dandelions in golden armour grow. The dancers, with a mirth that wakes the night, in rhythmic measures through their mazes flow, with echoing laughter, rippling as the light. Then silence comes, clothed in the purpling light, and mutely all the wearied trumpets blow, while morning zephyrs waft them from the sight. But there amid the pines 2 bright rings grow, the work of tiny feet that danced all night, and there, between, 2 elfin springlets flow. No more shall these alluring measures flow until 12 moons have gi'n the world their light. Then, once again, shall fairy welkins blow, and once again the dancers charm the sight. But now the ring alone remains, where grow the stately pines that mingle with the night. Long shall the night be when the pixies blow, as dancers flow, their welkins through the light, and all the sight shall ever richer grow. End of poem. Sestina by Margaret Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I would that till my poor frail life had ended, those whom I love had shared the sun with me, that they who ever in my need befriended, or joined the laugh in my infrequent glee, had to the grave with equal footsteps wended, that there alone the last farewell might be. But they have crossed the limitable sea. I tread the shore alone with head low bended, and wonder if their spirits, blessed and free, revisit scenes with which their forms were blended, whether from out their far tranquillity one message ever has to earth descended. Go to your work, and do the tasks intended. The sun is westering, and the swift hours flee. Their message is that life is quickly ended. No record may remain of them or thee. No vision has beyond the grave extended. The fate they shared, we in our turn shall see. O trite, sad song! We have in vain attended. A word, a whisper from eternity, by death, love, hope, and promise are suspended. End of poem. Sestina of the Yellow Rose by H.E.D. I sing at Maytide, when the coming night, grey meshed with mist, ensnares the yellow rose, folds the dull bee within his petalled dream, stills the cicada's small, one-stringed viol, and drowns the willow dusk where light winds sigh the scarce-born day, that shall be bright no more. Never to search thine ivied casements more, when song hath clomb the star-embroidered night, never to tremble for the answer sigh, or catch the bounty of a new-kissed rose, my lute, a harp, my breaking voice a vial to marshal thee from heaven, a blessed dream. So the dark years drag on their weary dream, day, night, drear sequence evermore, save wafted strains from dancers' distant viol, in some far land, when, vagrant of the night, I search my rags, draw forth thy withered rose, and, jealous, wrong that revel with a sigh. Why rue the springtide? Wherefore should I sigh? This moon I loathe is all the young world's dream. Each latest May bears every swain a rose to kiss, and die, and so shall evermore, till moonshine leave enchantments of the night, and love lack power upon the rustic viol. And yet, I too have drifted with a viol, pressed my love's hand, to woo a blush, a sigh, guided her homeward through the waning night. Years agone! All doings of a dream that thief-like fled, and leaves me nothing more than dreams. And what was once a yellow rose. Hard then the sad last sweetness of the rose, gloat on the soft last lifting of the vial, thine for a month, and after thine no more, mar the rare season by no prophet sigh, but through the mad moon hours, spin out thy dream, careless of dawn, intoxicate with night. Fling me a rose to quite this morning vial, a yellow rose, no more. Mine ancient sigh earns me thy rose to dream, and speed the night. End of poem.
Sestina, alta forte, by Ezra Pound. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Loquitur, in Bertrands de Born. Dante Alighieri put this man in hell for that he was a stirrer-up of strife. Eccovi, judge ye. Have I dug him up again? The scene is at his castle, Altaforte. Papiol is his jongleur. The leopard, the device of Richard Coeur de Lion. Damn it all! All this our south stinks peace. You horse and dog, Papiol, come, let's to music. I have no life save when the swords clash. But when I see the standards gold there, purple, opposing, and the broad fields beneath them turn crimson, then howl I my heart nigh mad with rejoicing. In hot summer have I great rejoicing, when the tempests kill the earth's foul peace, and the lightnings from black heaven flash crimson, and the fierce thunders roar me their music, and the wind shriek through the clouds mad, opposing, and through all the riven skies God's swords clash. Hell grant soon we hear again the swords clash, and the shrill neighs of destriers in battle rejoicing, spiked breast to spiked breast opposing. Better 1 hour's star than a year's peace, with fat boards, wine, and frail music. Bah! There's no wine like the blood's crimson. And I love to see the sun rise blood crimson, and I watch his spears through the dark clash, and it fills all my heart with rejoicing, and pries wide my mouth with fast music, when I see him so scorn and defy peace, his lone might 'gainst all darkness opposing. The man who fears war and squats opposing my words for star hath no blood of crimson, but is fit only to rot in womanish peace, far from where worth's won and the swords clash. For the death of such sluts I go rejoicing. Yea, I fill all the air with my music. Papiol, Papiol, to the music! There's no sound like to swords opposing. No cry like the battle's rejoicing, when our elbows and swords drip the crimson, and our charges 'gainst the leopard's rush clash. May God damn for ever all who cry peace! And let the music of the swords make them crimson. Hell grant soon we hear again the swords clash. Hell blot black for alway the thought peace. End of poem. Sestina for Iseult by Ezra Pound. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There comes upon me will to speak in praise of things most fragile in their loveliness, because the sky hath wept all this long day, and wrapped men's hearts within its cloak of greyness. Because they look not down I sing the stars, because 'tis still mid-March I praise May's flowers. Also I praise long hands that lie as flowers, which though they labour not are worthy praise, and praise deep eyes like pools wherein the stars gleam out reflected in their loveliness, for whoso look on such there is no greyness may hang about his heart on any day. The other things that I would praise to-day, besides white hands and all the fragile flowers, and by their praise dispel the evening's greyness, I praise dim hair that worthiest is of praise, and dream upon its unbound loveliness, and how therethrough mine eyes have seen the stars. Yea, through that cloud mine eyes have seen the stars, that drift out slowly when night steals the day. Through such a cloud meseems their loveliness surpasses that of all the other flowers. For that one night I give all nights my praise, and love therefrom the twilight's coming greyness. There is a stillness in this twilight greyness, although the rain hath veiled the flowery stars, they seem to listen as I weave this praise of what I have not seen all this grey day, and they will tell my praise unto the flowers, when May shall bid them in loveliness. O ye I love, who hold this loveliness near to your hearts, may never any greyness enshroud your hearts when ye would gather flowers, or bind your eyes when ye would see the stars. But alway do I give ye flowers by day, and when day's plucked I give ye stars for praise. But most, thou flower, whose eyes are like the stars, with whom my dreams bide all the livelong day, within thy hands would I rest all my praise. End of poem.
The Immortal World by Nina Salomon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I heard the world's self once, sent forth in sound, uttered in sound that ceased not any more, that found no silence all the ages long, and knew no death forever. But unheard, of all things hearing, lived beyond all space where no star looks, nor light of any world. So journeyed these, the voices of the world, in mighty companies of living sound, out to remote, undreamed of bounds of space, and these went sounding forth forevermore towards the darkness, till the great unheard infinity lay all their ways along. For lo! the sound of lips all earth along, all cries sent forth of sorrow in the world, though each rose far from each, and all unheard one of the other, every uttered sound of pain sent forth, these met, and evermore sped in one host together into space. And voices of great joy that made for space, though strange lands lay between them wide and long, these, born asunder, held apart no more, in one glad army journeyed from the world, and in one host of sound akin to sound, these went resounding into realms unheard. So all world voices living, though unheard of all else living, rising into space immeasurable, from some like cause of sound, sorrow or joy or triumph, passed along where flashed the living light from world to world, each cause an army waxing more and more. And when the light of worlds forevermore was left afar, and all their voice unheard, when all these throngs arisen from the world had fled beyond the whirling ways of space, these, manifold the star-strewn paths along, became, each separate host, a single sound. And so is sound grown pure forevermore, all ages long, like one man's soul, unheard of bounded space, sang the immortal world. End of poem. Sestina of the Ardent Clubwoman by Mary Eleanor Roberts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The telephone keeps ringing all the time. That's Mrs. Carter calling up again about the business meeting of the board. Oh, I'd like to count how many times she calls to ask some question anyone would know who read her notice as she ought to do. It's queer the silly things that people do that take and waste another person's time. There's a mistake in my report, I know. I'll have to try to balance it again. And yet how can I, with these constant calls, before tomorrow's meeting of the board? And as to that, it's lucky that I board. If I kept house, I don't know what I'd do. I owe at least a dozen luncheon calls. I'd go today if I could find the time. But there's Miss Parker's lecture comes again. I really ought to go to that, I know. There are so many things one ought to know, and there is so much business for the board, and church and Sunday coming round again, and every day 1,000 things to do, and meetings and committees all the time. One gets bewildered with so many calls. They say it's opportunity that calls to work and learn and use the things we know, and make the best advantage of our time, or we shall leave life's hospitable board, unsatisfied, unfed, as many do, and never shall sit down to it again. I must go over that report again. I'm not at home if anybody calls. My paper for tonight will have to do, although I ought to alter it, I know. To get those figures ready for the board will wear me out and take up all the time. Oh, the bell again! That telephone, I know, will kill me with its calls. Although I board, I have so much to do, so little time. End of poem.
Betwixt the Night and Day by Nell Stickman Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oh, in that dim and mystic land, 'twixt night and day, frail memory brings to age the hours of robust youth, and for the loveless builds fond booths of tender flowers. Here fancy to the orphaned gives a mother's kiss, and to the friendless brings the joy of friendship's love. O dim, mysterious country of the dawn and song! The lark has filled its arching sky with rapturous song that heralds the approach of some vague, wondrous day, a day whose dawning comes with smiles of those we love. The new sun fills its bounds with laughing, golden youth. The cheeks of night blush red with morning's ardent kiss, and all that dim and misty land is wreathed in flowers. 'Tis here the tearless weep above remembrance flowers, the cold ear quickens to the heart's forgotten song, the dumb lips murmuring speak and leave a lingering kiss. Where sleep's voluptuous form stands beckoning to the day with burden bowed, the day of pleasure's youth, like bird in twilight's glow is poised the soul in love. Not caring for the storm if, in enveloping love, it basks among its dreams in gardens filled of flowers. The hopeless drink again from fountains of their youth, then spurn the lowly ground with lilt of victory's song, for in that borderland between the night and day our deeds of might are done with lightness of a kiss. The shadows come and go and greet with fleeting kiss each undiscovered cheek where hides the rose of love, and they take heart who fear the near, oncoming day, and they take heed who sense the smell of lotus flowers. Oh, in that twilight land between our tears and song our sweet imaginings rest on the breast of youth. The weak forget they faint, old age recalls but youth, and she whom most we love gives us her lips to kiss. Harsh notes of wakening strife are softened into song, while those we think we hate we know we can but love. Then from green bower of vines, from bed of purple flowers, we rise regretfully unto the sterner day. Betwixt the night and day, when age recalls but youth, then all our thorns are flowers, our fondest hopes we kiss. All hate is turned to love, all tears are changed to song. End of poem. Love's Serenade by Nels Dickman Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beneath this bower green, my loving heart, with song as soft as lute I breathe my love. Some sing in rhymes that like the storm winds beat, some glide with feet whose tread as shadows fade. In subtler verse I seek to hide the woe that eats my soul as worms devour yon rose. Thy damask cheek is redder than the rose, thy breath is scented sweeter than its heart. O loveliest one, hast thou e'er felt my woe? Ah, let me die, if by my heart's great love our souls could leave all woe behind and fade into those realms where no storm winds beat. I hear my heart in quickening measure beat, my cheeks glow red like yonder shame-hued rose, then to the marble of thy brow they fade, as if a wave of love came from the heart. There is no room for hate where all is love, where all is bliss comes never any woe. Yet gladly would I suffer all that's woe, if but I felt my heart in pulses beat with the quick motion that is born of love. Ah, there are cruel thorns upon this rose, and there are thorns and stings in love. Its heart may wither too, but mine shall never fade. Before thy face the roseate dawn doth fade, where far the lark in rhapsodies of woe makes love to nature, there doth soar my heart, till thy sweet frown doth pierce it. Oh, I'll beat this breast in anguish, and this blood-red rose I'll dye a deeper red, and thou spurn my love. Then come, my heart, and dwell with me in love, we'll bask in arbours green that ne'er shall fade, where grows the lily chaste and amorous rose, where all is joy and peace and naught is woe. Canst thou not feel, loved one, the welcoming beat that throbs to us from nature's giant heart? O good my heart, when thou dost cease to love, my pulses' beat shall sink, and joy shall fade to endless woe, and I wither as the rose. End of poem. Sestina of the Shuffling Feet by William Andrew Mackenzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Above the wind's wail and the rain's dull beat, I hear the dragging shuffle of countless feet, that up and down the brown of Calthorpe Street with the strange bustle of vague purpose go. That mad, uneasy, sluggish haste we know, who strive to flee ourselves our woe. Strike 12, strike 3, ever the clock strikes woe, and every second with staccato beat stabs the bleak midnight that so well we know, and goads the corpse and pricks the torpid feet, till willy-nilly shuffling must we go among the sinister shadows of the street. Fleeing yourself? Good luck, mate, says the street. Still at the joysome jig of dodging woe? Lord, I've seen generations come and go along my dingy length, and heard them beat the harried rhythm of flight with shuffling feet. Did ever one escape? I do not know. God may, but old Despair must surely know. He's lurking round the corner, laughs the street, with "What's your game?" to stay all suspect feet, and keep them marking time till up comes woe. Despair's point duty man on sorrow's beat. He swings the traffic hellward. Down you go. How shall we turn then? Whither must we go? We, weak, that never ruth or refuge know? Shall we be safer, think you, if we beat the flickering asphalt of a noisier street? Dark way or bright makes little odds to woe. Blind sleuth, he tracks you by your shuffling feet. For fear has plucked the pinions from your feet. that once, like Mercury's, did glitter and go among the stars, outracing fate and woe, plucked them and left these crippled things you know, that shuffle and stumble down the starless street, and make God's tears start with their hopeless beat. Is there no human street off sorrow's beat, where, hid from woe, strong wings for shuffling feet are bartered? We would go there. Do you know? End of poem.
Sestina by Leroy Titus Weeks. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The very acme of metrical ingenuity. Johnson, Forms of English Poetry. In May all magnets point to hope, and every throat will sing a song. There's not a soul can droop and mope, each has the broadest skies for scope, in which to try his pinions strong, that smother in the scrambling throng. With bees and blooms the meadows throng, the south wind sings a song of hope, that urges us with impulse strong to join in nature's wonder song, that has all realms of life for scope, where never heart can pine or mope. All winter long the trees would mope, but now, like some embattled throng, their branches push to wider scope, and burgeon in victorious hope, while nesting birds pour out their song in streams of rapture sweet and strong. The rivers swell with current strong, that erstwhile, bound with ice, did mope. The rills join in the waking song, the rain clouds, all a happy throng, are pouring down melodious hope of summer days and sunlit scope. The pupa in its narrow scope has felt the life throb deep and strong, and struggles with a glowing hope no more a worm to creep and mope, but soon to join the soaring throng, a living dream of summer song. In May each heart will sing its song of ampler vision, broader scope, where all our loves and dreams shall throng, and life's great ocean, full and strong, shall drown all fiends that lag and mope, and every lip shall whisper, Hope! O white-winged Hope, with angel song, let sluggards mope, we crown thy scope, with pulses strong, a joyous throng. End of poem.
The Sestina of Thoughtful Bill by Edward Benninghouse Kenner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It may be that this world is full of joy, and that the poor ain't got a cinch on pain. It may be that the rich is kinder heart, and that the hungry poor knows brother love. It may be that these things has all been true, but if they is, I swear that I don't know. This don't seem like the world I used to know, when in the clover fields I walked in joy, and I felt that love and life was good and true, with nary single thought of woe or pain, when all the world was one great blaze of love, with not a shadder in its sunny heart. I thought I felt the throb of nature's heart, and catched the secret that the seasons know. I thought the countersign of all was love, and hoped by it to pass the lines of joy, and dodge the spryin' picket line of pain, and live where men was to themselves half true. I never see a man yet who was true, and didn't fool his own unknown heart, a thinking he would lose his share of pain, by blinding at the plainest things men know, thinking to find a tinge of perfect joy, by to his onery self a making love. Most of the men of earth has got a love, for that all men call the good and true. They love it, if they think it brings 'em joy, and not because it's dear to God's own heart. O Lord, the most of men I ever knew has brought the world a mighty heap of pain. Some men may hate to bring a thought of pain into their brother's heart just for the love they bear their fellow men, but this I know, men to their passions is a heap more true than to their God. The most of men at heart cares mighty little for their brother's joy. This world with all its pain, and this is true, has mother's love, my sweetheart's purest heart, and these I know bring me the best o' joy. End of poem. A Rhymed Sestina by Dorothy Frances Gurney. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. If love would bring me where my lady is, we having been so great a while apart, all the sweet songs and speech I made of this, my longing for her, great within my heart, being so swiftly to her presence come, would die for joy and leave me cold and dumb. And I should envy even the ground, the dumb, green ground she treads on, and the grass that is so close about her feet, the winds that come and stir her hair this way and that apart, but most of all the myrtle at her heart. Love were well paid with lesser prize than this. Oh, nights, long wakeful nights, fair even as this I dream in, all the world asleep and dumb, that knew our fancied meeting heart to heart. Chill dawns that told how cold the waking is, to find our loves are still as far apart, and days of weary waiting yet to come. I lie and watch the moonlight go and come, pale shadow of a purer world than this. And here where down the ilex grove apart sings Philomel, who all the day was dumb, with so divine a note that sure it is the rise and falling of love's very heart. Oh, love, the heart of night is in my heart, and with the moon strange moonlit fancies come, and I forget that any world there is, or any other singing bird but this. So sweet it is for lips that erst were dumb to break in song the prison bonds apart. Ah, now it is not hard to sit apart and sing love's praises, yet within my heart there grows a doubt the day may find me dumb, when with my fairest songs I fain would come before her face, who have no way but this to show how very sweet her service is. Gentle my master, speak, that there may come a spirit of song to dwell within my heart, when thou dost bring me where my lady is. Rome, February 25, 1886. End of poem. The Sestina of the New Englander by Shirley Harvey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An hour to dream in, and an hour to sing, an hour to think of friends who are not by. Yes, that is all that I would ever ask the day to grant me ere it fled away, to watch the sunset kindle on the hill, knowing it burnt no evil that was mine. To know that somewhere in this heart of mine there dwelt a thought that made another sing, and when the shadows stretched along the hill, to feel no loss that day was hurrying by. So could I watch the sunset die away, and answer anything my soul could ask. So will the labour that the world may ask, the daily toil or sorrow that is mine, breed no remorse to steal my peace away, and bid my heart to weep or falsely sing. I'll find my sermons in the wood hard by, and read my benedictions from the hill. For as our life is like a rough-scarred hill, so let us climb in wonder, never ask to know the hidden dangers we've passed by. I am content if these slow feet of mine take but a faltering step, my heart can sing the longer if the end looms far away. The log that burns the quiet night away, the hollow bird note from the darkened hill, these have so many songs I cannot sing, my swelling heart can only fondly ask that all these simple treasures that are mine may fall to others too, ere they pass by. No, let the pomp and glitter pass me by, and bear ambition's longings far away. They leave no sorrow, for they are not mine, they cannot scourge me faster up the hill. The happy gift of plodding, that I ask, I would not hurry, so I may not sing. Let life slip by, night gather on the hill, and if from far away comes one to ask the secret that is mine, I bid him sing. End of poem. The Conqueror Passes by James Branch Cabell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Non dormats plus, les messages de douze pascors. Rimbaud de Vaqueiras. Awaken! For the servitors of spring proclaim his triumph. Ah, make haste to see with what tempestuous pageantry they bring the victor homeward. Haste, for this is he that cast out winter, and all woes that cling to winter's garments, and bade April be. And now that spring is master, let us be content, and laugh as anciently in spring the battle-wearied Tristram laughed, when he was come again Tintagel-ward, to bring glad news of Arthur's victory, and see Isoud with parted lips that waver and cling. Not yet in Brittany must Tristram cling to this or that sad memory, and be alone as she in Cornwall, for in spring love sows against far harvestings, and he is blind, and scatters baleful seed that brings such fruitage as blind love lacks eyes to see. Love sows, but lovers reap, and ye will see the loved eyes lighten, feel the loved lips cling, never again when in the grave ye be incurious of your happiness in spring, and get no grace of love there, whither he that bartered life for love no love may bring. No braggart Heracles avails to bring Alcestis hence, nor here may Roland see the eyes of Ode, nor here the wakening spring vex any man with memories, for there be no memories that cling as cerements cling, no force that baffles death more strong than he. Us hath he noted, and for us hath he an hour appointed, and that hour will bring oblivion. Then laugh, laugh, dear, and see the tyrant mocked, while yet our bosoms cling, while yet our lips obey us, and we be untrammelled in our little hour of spring. Thus in the spring we jeer at death, though he will see our children perish, and will bring asunder all that cling while love may be. End of poem.
The House of Silence by Richard Butler Glaenzer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Deaf as the dead, stone deaf. And so for me life has untongued the silver bells of sound, but spares me this, the stabbing cries of pain wrung from warm hearts that lose, or, worse, are lost, and opens wide the windows of my eyes, that I may read the wonders heard by you. For, think, does spring or autumn hold for you such wealth of colour as they fling to me? Such clues? Try once to listen with your eyes to bird call, tide rip, yes, to see a sound, if you would learn what I have gained, and lost. If you would know the joy that lines my pain. This is no grudging claim that joy or pain is felt by me more keenly than by you, but that for song and laughter's music lost, body of sigh and word denied to me, I have been given interpreters of sound held cheaper where sharp ears are used as eyes. True, there are overtones to help my eyes, fluttering elves too small to carry pain, which time with boom of surf, rain patter, sound of dancing, even the tread of lucky you. From head to foot these kiss and comfort me, till I forget the treasures they have lost. Brave? Alas, no! There have been nights, when lost in gloom which seemed to mock my straining eyes, that I have begged blank space to stifle me, lest the mad waves of suffocating pain flood my sick soul with hate for such as you. A soul for sale, for one short whispered sound. The world as silence growing rich with sound, for poor dull ears how great a gamut lost! But as a motley pantomime, with you as harlequin or clown with wistful eyes, fairy or fop or columbine in pain, how broad, how deep, how eloquent to me! Don't pity me! Fate sealed my house to sound. Though mine the pain of loving voices lost, life gave me eyes. I give life thanks. Do you? End of poem.
Narcissus by Thomas Grant Springer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Across the tinkling stream sweet echo calls, hid on the farther bank, a plaintive voice that only half repeats the tender words that musically fall from his red lips, as gazing in the mirror-surfaced stream he sees his own fair image resting there. Smiles on his image as it resteth there, all heedless of the nymph who sweetly calls, and thrills to see the smile upon its lips, nor heeds the echo of his loving words, but only strives to follow that sweet voice that seems to whisper from the gurgling stream. He dips his hands into the silver stream, to seize the beauteous creature lying there, the while with words of love upon it calls, to taste the kisses burning on his lips. The gurgling stream seems laughing at his words, and only echo answereth his voice. For now the image, frightened at his voice, flees as his trembling fingers touch the stream, gone with the ripples that his hand made there, and gurgling laughter mocks him as he calls, laughter as sweet as music of his lips, when they are moved to utter tender words. But all in vain he sues with tender words that find their mate in echo's answering voice, and all in vain unto the stream he calls, though each new day returning finds him there, striving to win the creature of the stream, though coldness only meets his kissing lips. Oft to the stream he pressed his burning lips, or hung above and murmured tender words that only answer found in echo's voice, or in the mocking laughter of the stream, till sick with love at last he faded there, all heedless of another love's sweet calls. Now as a flower his spirit blossoms there, and echo still is answering each voice, in hope that he will hear her as she calls. End of poem.
Sestina by Mary Cromwell Lowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Italian Legend of the Fireflies. What time the silent footsteps of the night stole darkling through the valley, in the shade and cool of evening, 'neath Soracte's height, a Tuscan lady and her lover strayed. Her simple grace and charm were his delight, his paradise her gentle presence made. The wind which tripped across the grasses made a compact with the mysteries of night, and everything which could the sense delight allured, enticed, until the fragrant shade grew eloquent, and they, who therein strayed, talked, not of Rome when Rome was at its height, but rather of the breadth and depth and height of all this wondrous world, of all things made, how some lone star that from its orbit strayed illumed with meteor flash the gloom of night, and after brilliant glow how deep the shade, how chill the day succeeding lost delight. But need our magic garden of delight grow chill, the lover mused, because this height we may not always tread? Into the shade must pass the greatest glory ever made, yet memories are beautiful, and night. And all his words were love, as on they strayed. Adown the blue star mead an angel strayed, and, as she paused a moment in delight, the lover's burning words fell on the night. She heard, and bending earthward from the height, she caught the words, transmuted each, and made 1,000 winged lights flit through the shade. Long years ago this chanced, yet still the shade of that old garden where the lovers strayed, by dancing, quivering firefly light, is made a wonder world inwrought with all delight, and never dark or voiceless is the height. These tiny, flashing stars illume each night. Forever walks the night through twinkling shade, new songs are made, yet ever old delight, immortal, crowns each height where love has strayed. End of poem.
Sestina of a Scamp Royal by John Francis Glynn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Speaking as Kipling, I have doped it out that skirts make this here world one glad sweet song. Why, I have hit all lanes of wanderlust, and I've met Janes in dance halls and in field, Janes full of blessin' and Janes full of bunk, but take 'em all and all, and you have Gord. And I have felt I'd like to write to Gord and thank him for the frails that he puts out. You have to have no heart to claim this bunk. When a Jane greets a bum Hope sings a song, and he feels like he'd love to plough a field and quit the red eye and the wanderlust. Of course I do not knock the wanderlust. I've found it bloomin' good, so help me Gord. I'd rather have a stew out in the field than any feed a Pullman coon rigs out. I have the habit of the robin's song, and having all the stars above me bunk. I have known frails that fill a guy with bunk. I've met an heap of them in wanderlust. Some flashed their lingerie in ribald song, and Rahab-like led men away from Gord. But most skirts are as lights that ne'er go out to guide the wanderer from marshy field. If fate has made our lot a thorny field, and we must use a box-car as our bunk, the dim flare of Hope's candle can't go out if somewhere back before the wanderlust there was a frail who nightly asked her Gord to bless us and keep on our lips the song. Back comes that old and half-forgotten song, just as each spring brings violets to the field. Back comes the face of her you liked to Gord, and something stirs your slumber where you bunk. The thought of some girl comes, the wanderlust begins to sail. You're down, but are not out. Love's old sweet song, devoid of lure and bunk, is found in every field of wanderlust, and some pure frail of Gord cries, down, not out. End of poem. Sestina, The Reawakening of Desire by Dolph Willard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Give me a lovelock of your hair's dull gold, to string the broken sequence of my lyre, and I will sing you such a dreamy song as stirred your languid blood to flame of old. Nay, who can tell but we may wake desire, whose weary eyes have slumbered for so long? Is it so long ago, so very long, since we believed a tinsel love true gold, and bartered better things for the desire? Today we prove that love is but a liar, though sweet the story that he told of old, though sweet the music of his matin's song. Alas, so sweet, I cannot sing the song we sang, I grow so weary, it is long, so long today to what it seemed of old, or else the glimmer of the alien gold confuses all the strings of this my lyre. Listen, is this the song that you desire? O love, forget the music, my desire has grown too mighty for the foolish song. And were my hands encumbered with the lyre, how could they reach your own, the hands that long to lose themselves among your wealth of gold, the bright soft tresses lovely as of old? How did we dream that love was sweet of old? Oh, hasten, hasten, while the new desire would barter heaven for your hair's dull gold, and liquid voice more sweet than any song, or else the milk-white breast for which I long as longs the unsung poem for the lyre. Break all the tuneless stringing of the lyre, and fling it by, the sweetness known of old comes back to us again as borne along by the unconquered passion of desire, who wakes at last and thrills us with his song, and glorifies us with his burning gold. For this of old was promised by desire, for this we swept the lyre and sang the song. Danae waited long her shower of gold. End of poem.
Sestina to Professor Gildersleeve on his forthcoming sonnets, by Carol White, M.A. 1921. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There is a stream whose shadowy current flows to heal our human shores, and many a star that knows no longer the warm throb of life, deep sparkling in that wistful water, dreams of vanished glory, pulsing through the night of time its message to make glad our day. Pale stars whose light survives their darkened day gleam from that tremulous water as it flows, reflecting splendor from the old world night, till on the reddening brow of dawn a starry kindling heralds those immortal dreams that give fresh purpose to man's listless life. Thine was the priest-like task to kindle life with fire from that far-off Hellenic day, when haunted hill and dale were lit with dreams, when gods, where loved Ilissus softly flows, communed with men on earth, as star to star whispers in heaven, communing through the night. Yes, faint sweet voices whisper through the night of some vague, dim-remembered, loftier life, when man might hope for kinship with a star whose pure flame dims our gaudiest day, whose throbbing splendor, as from heaven it flows, mirrors the consummation of all dreams. Nor all forgotten are those starlit dreams, drifting so darkly down the depths of night, till as one soul over another flows, they touch with beauty the parched lips of life, linking the spirit with that Elysian day, whose light at last shall banish sun and star. So thou, who hold'st communion with the star of vanished Hellas and her deathless dreams, dost see with shadowy eyes her dawning day, dost hear thin voices singing in the night that veils the heavens, whence that rich stream of life, throbbing with star-lit memories, earthward flows. Yes, light that flows from neither sun nor star laves thy dark life with splendor, till the dreams, born of that night, shine brighter than our day. End of poem.
Sestina by Henry Dumont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To thee, O fairest of the world, my love, I send the messengers that fly with song, and bear their precious gifts from heart to heart. They leave my lips here in the fragrant night to seek thy casement, opened to the moon, whose golden beauty moves the dreaming sea. Awake from dreams, my love, as wakes the sea, whose bosom stirs beneath the spell of love, and swells, enchanted by the urgent moon. Up through the flowery darkness flies my song, like bird bewildered in the maze of night, to flutter at the portals of thy heart. Unto my yearning heart, O tender heart, be tenderer than is the yielding sea unto the moon, for what romance hath night to offer if it hold no flame of love? If love be not its echo, what is song? If love be absent, banish too the moon. To-night, O fairest, shines a lingering moon, whose light makes lonelier the lonely heart. Arise, beloved, I will tune my song to the wild carol of the vagrant sea, and sing to thee a wilder song of love than sings the sea unto its god of night. The roses drink with joy the dews of night, their pleasure secret from the placid moon, while I am thirsting for the dews that love hath gathered purely to thy lips and heart. Thy heart, O loved one, is not as the sea that hath no memory of love or song. Thy heart must answer to my amorous song, as to the nightingale its mate, this night, where roses droop above the sleeping sea. Thy lips must hush my own before the moon shall ease its longing near the sea's deep heart. Awake, dear dreamer, to the voice of love. O hear my song before the lapsing moon bereave the night, or I with grieving heart must wander by the sea bereft of love. End of poem. End of Sestinas by Various.